We should have charged them like 500%.
Oh, that's exactly what we did. Percent.
500%. Yeah, 500% what we did, and they would have still wasted it all.
Also, we're live. Hello, welcome to Wildfolk. We have a foster for the first time in a million years.
Hello, it's me.
It's a Skella boy. I always forget how
he's been dead forever.
It is like he's been dead forever. I always forget how fucking short Foster is until I see him in this lineup. He's like a full head under even Ruko.
He's just a skeleton.
He's just a little skelly boy.
He's a baby skeleton.
It's probably like a dwarf.
You think Nintendo's lawyers are having like the time of their life right now?
Why? What's going on?
All the Pal World shit. I'm sure that they are just like, it's probably a hell week for them.
Yeah, I hear that they can't do anything about it.
Oh, no.
Yeah, they've already tried a few times.
Yeah, they shut down some modders real quick who were putting like actual Pokemon in
Oh
there.
yeah,
That's
there was a
no-no.
Pokemon. There's a Digimon mod. I'm so excited.
Anyway, lots of controversy around that game. It's been so much fun to watch from the sidelines. I don't have the energy to play it or commit to the drama. But I imagine that there's probably some bad people involved in everything, because that's how the world works.
Yeah.
Here, the
Wild.
devs aren't very good, but the game seems.
I'm
fun.
here.
You're here? Hell yeah, let's do this shit. Let's jump
Welcome
right in.
here.
We got so much stuff to get through. Do we have any announcements? I don't think we do. Schedule looks good. We're probably on for a couple more weeks before we take a break. Guest spot sign up is not done yet. I think that's it. I think that's all we had. Let's fucking do this. Music. Note. Kill my music. Announcement. Alright, last week, or 2 weeks ago when we left off, you guys had explored the Necrothecary. You have encountered some spooky ghosts at the graveyard. One of them was the ghost of a woman named Francesca, who was very pleasant and kind of explained that a bunch of the other ghosts had been upset because their bodies were taken, and you eventually found that they had been taken to the nearby Necrothecary, where they were under the command of a strange Uni necromancer of some sort. You fought and defeated this necromancer. However, near the end of that combat, the necromancer seemingly nearly decapitated Tex, and in doing so, triggered some real unusual shit with Tex. And we're going to jump back a little bit. We've already played out this, and we've already played out maybe 30 minutes of stuff that happened after this. But I wanted to briefly expand upon some things. So
We don't have to focus on this.
no, we sure do. It's too late to not focus on it. That's wild.
Wild folk.
Wildfolk. Tech. You know that you're having a dream. You don't really remember going to sleep, but that's okay. That's kind of just the nature of dreams. As you look up, you see the suns high in the sky. And in spite of the fact that it seems to be midday, the sky all around the suns is fiery orange, like sunset. You're on your back. You're wet. You're surrounded by tall grass. And you feel something gripping around your waist. Your ears are ringing, your bones ache, and you can taste blood on your teeth. As you kind of get your bearings and realize that you're in a dream, it occurs to you that you're a weird shape. As you come to your senses and look around, you look down and you see the hand of a Phyroxa, a Fossifolk, like Ruka, lying in a swamp. But as you get your bearings, you realize that you're not this Phyroxa, you're the hatchet in his hand. An obsidian blade, jet black, tethered to a sturdy shaft by cords of leather, and cotton strands that have been dyed bright green. And as you listen, realizing this bizarre dream that you found yourself in, you hear voices speaking a language that is foreign, but in your dream you understand it. There is a small group of Cyrillil soldiers standing over a pile of corpses nearby, surrounded by their burning homes. One of these Cyrillil soldiers has his hands lifted up towards the heavens and is praying to the suns. Bathe your throne, reclaimed in purifying flame. Wash this place of the sin and scourge that plague it. And as the priest continues to beseech the sky, you watch as an arc of fire drifts off of the surface of the sun, a holy arm of heaven that begins to slowly reach down towards earth. Cauterize the wounds that bleed out wayward hells, burn tight the leaks through which alien interlopers have tempted your wayward children. And he looks down to the pile of burnt corpses in front of him. The Pharaxa that is holding you in his hand stands to his feet. Tears burn in his eyes, and you feel hungry. Guide these children to your bosom. Let them find peace and forgiveness in your embrace. Short lives make small minds. Let them find wisdom in the fields of eternity. The Pharaxa begins to skulk through the grass towards the priests. And the whole time, there is only one thing on your mind. You are hungry. You are so hungry. The Pharaxa stumbles, clutching at his wounded side, but you're hungry, and your hunger feeds him, and he becomes hungry too. He stands up. He quietly spits out blood and begins to run towards the priests. He lifts you over his head. Forgive them their trespasses as we have forgiven their violence against us. The gnashing teeth of frightened animals before the glory of heaven's design. Your metal sinks into the bishop's spine. Your tooth is soaked in new blood. The man wielding you rips you free, and a spray of red arcs up into the sky, even as fire arcs down from the suns into it. And he lowers you again into the Sun Mage's ribcage standing next to him. And for a while, you eat. You eat, and you eat, and you eat. You eat through steel and gold. You eat through silk and cotton. You eat through flesh, through bone, through sinew and marrow. You eat and you eat, but you are never full. How could you ever be full? You are so hungry. You eat the Arch-Inquisitor, you eat the Sun Mage, you eat the clerics, you eat the knights, and when you've eaten them all, you are still hungry, but there is nobody left to eat. The man wielding you stands in the middle of the pile of corpses and looks up to the suns. The arm of fire is nearly here. You can feel its heat like an oven as it scorches the sky on its way down to greet you, but you're still hungry. And it occurs to you, in a few moments, your man will be gone. Your handle will burn, it's made of wood, your leather straps will fray, the cotton spun around your shaft will wither like dry grass. But your blade is sharp and black and stone, and though it may shatter, each piece will live on, each new splintered edge sharper than those that came before. And they will all be just as hungry as you are. And so the Pharaxa man raises you over his shoulder, and as the flames finally meet the earth and engulf him, he throws you up towards the sun. And you are hungry. And this is where you wake up, toe-to-toe with Kaz in the landfall necrothecary. Your weapon is pointed up, not towards the suns, but towards Kaz. His weapon is in a parrying stance towards you. You see that Narafi has extended the hands towards you as well, and although you're not entirely sure what happened or how he did it, you get the sense that you're not the only one who saw your dream. Narafi was with you just now and saw everything. And we've already played a lot of this out, and we can fast forward a little bit. It sounded like the plan was for you to gather up all of these bodies and start to head down and look for Foster, so that you could find the one missing zombie, the zombie of Francesca. Is there anything else that you would like to do? I know, Frisk, you had mentioned maybe trying to send word to Finn and Darbin or Bill.
Yes, I want to check on the Hopper, make sure he's okay.
Understood.
That was really beautiful, man. In like a really fucked up sort of way.
Yeah. It spoke to me.
That was
spoke
cool.
to my inner psychopath.
Tex, for the record,
Beautiful scene.
you've had lots and lots and lots of dreams like these, but
Yeah.
Narafi, that is new for you, and one
That's
of the
new.
reasons that I wanted to act that out is so that you can see what is going through this cute little kitty cat's brain sometimes.
Yeah, this was vaguely mentioned last time, but like, ooh, the full scene was delicious.
Honestly, though, a cat imagining itself as just a killing blade that is forever hungry is very fitting.
True.
It's very egotistical.
Are you telling me he's only imagining himself as a
Tex
blade,
having an
and he
ego?
was? Are you telling me that Ifixi Wire was wielding a cat by the tail?
Just clubbing them with a cat.
Just screaming the entire time. Yeah, no.
You know
Hopper.
that Hopper went with Foster to the garden. So he will
Okay, that's-
presumably be there when you go to the garden.
Right. I'll probably tell him when we meet him. But yeah, I check on everyone here. We're heading to the garden.
Okay, wonderful.
How long will it take?
It's probably... So I need to check my notes. I think I may have spoke incorrectly last time, and I said that it was a little south of you. The garden is actually up by the academy, so it's a good hour and a half to the northeast, I think. Little bit of a hike. With that said,
That's
you can get there in a short walk. It's, across town, basically.
Yeah, it's not bad. How's everyone? You need to rest?
Kind of point at my cat scratches and like, oh, he's still bleeding. I think this will get infected.
Oh, here's a little thing for your boo-boo. And he puts a little band-aids on it.
And I know we already played out a lot of this. You guys did a little looting, a little investigation. You found the ritual room, you found the costume.
Every 10 minutes, Narafi gives people a sip, so they should be at full HP.
Perfect. You guys can mark yourselves to full. Nothing is going to happen over the next hour and a half that would interfere with you guys healing back up. That should be okay. In the meantime, though, let's go to the garden. Let's see how things are doing at the garden.
Tiptoe through the window. Also, since it's been an hour, I can treat wounds on people again, but we don't need it.
Perfect. Foster, it's been
on this scene.
Oh, right, I should probably drop in some observers for y'all. For everyone else, I started working on a thing that'll do this automatically, but it's not done yet, so have this. Objects, utilities, camera. Whoop! You guys should be able to see that.
Yeah.
Alright, wonderful. Remember to move it if you get stuck at any point. Or feel free to drop your tokens in, just make sure you don't walk anywhere that Foster has not walked yet.
I almost forgot heal mode.
Right?
Sweet little baby.
Look at the precious thing.
Did you say you gave us tokens to move around?
No, but if you want to drop a token in, you can. Just make sure not to walk anywhere that Foster has not seen yet.
Right. I'll just follow him.
Yeah. Foster, it's been a rainy morning. There has been a small scouting group that went ahead and didn't spot any tremendous danger at the garden, but they noticed that it was in tremendous disarray and, frankly, overgrown to the point where nobody really knew what to do with it. So they've left it to you, for the most part, to go check out the garden. Hopper has offered to accompany you, just in case anything weird does happen. Although it was kind of mentioned that there was no sign of big monsters or anything like that. And as you walk maybe a 35-40 minute way from the camp with Hopper, you eventually stumble across a dirt path that leads up to a stone building. You can see through the windows. I know I did not make them here because I'm a terrible DM. You can see that there's a door just in front of you, but then off to the side there are little windows along this front side that look into kind of a cloister garden, an interior garden in the middle of a courtyard in the center of this building. And you can see around to the side what appears to be a garden. You can see that there are lots of planters. You can even see from this angle that there are some flowers and plants that are still doing all right. The place is tremendously overgrown. The jungle has reclaimed this place. But you do see that the things in the planters seem to be alive. They seem to be doing okay. What would you like to do?
Okay, quick question first. Purposes of crafting, like, did I get my infused reagents for the day?
Yes, you can take everything that you would have had after a long rest. You are fully rested. You've had an easy morning. Nothing has really messed with you.
Okay, cool. Sorry, let me get that dealt with first. Okay. I reckon at some point along the way I'll turn to Hopper while we're just walking along, or as we're walking up. Hopper, I've been meaning to say, I don't think I got a chance to, but thank you for taking me to Delamuerzo. I don't know if I ever said that.
Oh, of course. I'm glad you liked it. I really like that place. I honestly should go back more often.
Yeah, it was really, really nice. It gave me a lot of perspective I needed, and something to head towards.
A lot of people like you, when they go there, they don't leave. You seemed almost a little eager to leave. I take it wasn't for you? I'm not going to take it personally. I didn't make that city or anything. I'm just curious.
I don't know if is it just me and Hopper here?
Just you and Hopper and Neilwood.
It's not that it's not for me so much. It just feels a little. Well, like Mr. Grimm has been telling me to try and like eat and drink and do all these things, and I've been trying, but well, when I eat, it feels kind of hollow, if that makes sense. It's like I remember eating, but it's not there.
Right. Yeah. He mentioned smelling. I didn't think skeletons could smell, but I mean, I guess it makes sense. I mean, you don't have eyes in there, but you can see me, so maybe skeleton noses work the same.
Maybe, and maybe one day I'll be ready for Delamuerzo, but it kind of felt like that, but on a bigger scale.
I see.
Like, it seems like a good spot for people, and I'm glad it brings some comfort, but it felt kind of hollow. Like I want something more, I guess, concrete.
That makes sense. I don't think I could stay in one place for any reason, honestly. There's too much stuff to see.
Yeah, there's too much left to see, too much I don't know yet.
Right. Yeah.
But now I know how to get back there because of you, so when I'm ready maybe I can drop my mask off.
True. I don't know if you're supposed to tell other people about that, so maybe don't tell other people that I told you about that, even if you do tell them how to do it, because frankly I think more people should see it, but they shouldn't know that I showed you how to show people.
Your secret's safe with me, Hopper.
Perfect. I write all of your secrets down, but I won't publish them.
I appreciate that, but this garden doesn't look too bad. It just needs some TLC, it looks like.
I don't know much about gardens. It looks like somebody put some planters in the middle of a jungle.
Yeah, I guess what else do you need?
What? Does that make it a garden? What's the difference between a garden and just a jungle?
I guess it depends on who you ask. I think a garden is something that somebody takes the time to take care of.
That makes sense.
Not that a jungle doesn't need tending to as well, but a jungle's a bit, I guess, stronger. It tends to take care of itself. And I'll peek in one of these windows and see what's going on.
Yeah, I'll actually just actually here, let me kill this wall. You remembered that there's a wall. There you go. As you peek in through a window, you can see the interior of this cloister garden. You can see that there are a couple of doors along the right side leading into rooms. There's some benches to sit on. There's a couple of plants inside the building. You can see that it's an open roof. You could potentially just drop down from the ceiling if you felt like being weird about it. There's a door that goes out to the back. And then there's just a big stone circle in the center of it with some beautiful green grass kind of filling the middle. And in the middle of that circle, there's a little terracotta pot.
Well, I'm not going to be able to fix this place up in a matter of hours. It's going to take some time, but I guess for now, maybe we should just secure it.
Yeah, right. Make sure that it doesn't have monsters in it or whatever.
I'll reach down to the ground like I've done before, and I'll cast root reading and just see if there's anything trying to hide or.
You can immediately attempt to seek another 1+1. Excellent. Give me a perception check.
Oh God, where is she? Terrible.
Pretty terrible. +1 bumps that to a 12.
The dice are so pretty.
They are real pretty. They're very fostery.
Thanks.
There's been a lot of life kind of coming and going, but most of it is small bugs and things like that. The foliage is thick. It is raining. You do notice that there are a few fresh tracks in the mud that seemed to go into this front door. It's hard to say how old they are, but the fact that they're fresh and muddy makes you think it couldn't have been more than like the past 3 or 4 days. You really can't make out any useful details from that. You basically just get what a normal person would see looking at muddy footprints, which is that somebody in the past few days went into this front door.
Okay. It looks like someone's been here. Stay behind me. I'll go in first.
Of course.
And I'll walk up to the door. I'll turn back to Hopper. I picked this up from Darafi while we were traveling. And I'll give a very gentle knock on the door. Excuse me, reaching. And I'll open the door.
What?
You open the door, there's no response, and inside you find a mostly empty room. It has nice stone floors, they look to be cleaned. In fact, they look quite clean, except for some muddy foot tracks that lead to the following door, right on the inside. Let's see. Oh, I should probably not select this camera that way. It followed. There we go. In the room, the only thing noteworthy are a few bags of potting soil, one of which has been sliced open down the middle. In a normal way. Not in a weird way, just in a, if you needed soil out of a bag, you would slice it open.
Okay. I guess I will, if it doesn't seem like there's anybody in here, everything seems on the up and up, I'll just keep going.
All right. This door unlocks easy enough, and you find yourself out in the courtyard. From here, you do see that these stones have etchings on them. They have very beautiful design. I don't know if this is... How does this work? Okay, yeah. So you should be able to double-click that and actually see the designs on there. And if you can read them, you should be able to read them. Otherwise, you won't be able to read them. I don't know what languages you speak.
I cannot read them.
Perfect.
Do I recognize the language at all? Is there...
Give me a society check. And actually, let me check Hopper's languages. What does this fucking nerd speak? Not this one. You recognize it as Cheeky from the time that you spent traveling. I'm trying to remember how much time you've actually spent with Fetch and Sketch. If any. Have you been with them yet? You might not have been with them at all
I've been around Sketch for a bit. Fetch, not very much.
That's right. So you would recognize this Cheeky just from the very brief time that you spent with Sketch.
Some kind of cheeky on this. I can't read it, but...
Weird. Wonder if it's magic. Should we not step on it? Ooh.
Probably not. It seems like a bad idea.
Inside, you find that the plants are surprisingly well maintained. There are no weeds in here at all. And actually, no perception check required. There are fresh patches of tilled dirt and uprooted spots. Somebody has recently weeded this portion of the garden.
Someone's been here. They've been taking care of it.
I know they sent some people to make sure there weren't monsters, but... why would they stop for the garden?
That's a good question. Hello? Is anyone there?
Give me a perception check. You call out, and faintly, you hear through the window up to the northwest the sound of a trowel kind of striking into dirt and then stopping.
The song of my people.
It's beautiful.
I'll ask Eel Throat if she can smell anything. I don't know how this works. She has scent. I don't know what exactly that does.
Perfect.
But
It basically allows her to smell about as well as she can see, but she doesn't get specific locations. It's like an area detection thing. So give me a perception check.
It's been 69 years and 11 days since someone breached my garden door.
Yilda takes a moment and she kind of sniffs around, and she can smell kind of a pungent chemical smell. And I don't believe she can give you like feelings and emotions, right? She can't actually speak to you most of the time.
that is correct. She doesn't have speech today.
Then she
Slash probably ever.
She kind of looks at you and she just like excitedly points towards the door and she nods a bunch.
Which door?
The western door.
Okay. You stay in here, Hopper. I'll go check it out. And then once again, knock on the door, tell them I'm breaching, and I'll open it.
As you open the door, you see a zombie. An old furbolg woman. She's quite tall, maybe 6'8", 6'9", hunched over. You can see that the skin around her lips is peeled back, so she kind of has a permanent smile. But like in that creepy Lord of the Rings, Speaker of Sauron kind of way, not a fun smile. In her hand is a rusty trowel, and she has a wide-brimmed gardening hat that she has put on. The only part of her outfit that does not look like it has been in a grave for 10 years or something like that. And she's looking at you, kind of her head cocked to the side.
I will say in hectic, I guess. Hi, my name's Foster.
She reaches up towards her throat and she kind of like rubs it. But she looks at you and waves her hand.
I'll step into the room.
Yeah, as you step back out here, you see essentially an outdoor courtyard, a much larger garden. There's a path that walks down the middle, a couple of small fountains that line the pathway, a larger fountain at the end of it, a couple of large stone potters that have plants growing out of them, statues of people that line the sides of the garden, and then more planter boxes along the edges. And she kind of looks at you, and then she holds up a finger. She shambles over this way. And she comes back with a little gardening rake, and she hands it to you.
Do you need some help? I'll take it. It's beautiful here. You've been doing a really good job.
She looks at you, and although she can't do anything but smile, she smiles. And she kind of like reaches out and with a trembling zombie hand pulls a clump of weeds out of this pot and tosses it over the side.
I will step up and start pulling weeds as well. I'm not alone, but you don't have to be afraid, okay?
She nods.
And I'll wave Hopper out as just say it's fine.
Oh, hi, hello. Oh, geez, you're very dead. It's nice to meet you, I'm Hopper. And she kind of just, like, waves a little, although it's clear to you that she doesn't understand what Hopper is saying. The only thing that she's seemingly understood is when you speak Necrol.
Okay. Oh, should I have Necrol instead of Hectic? Sorry.
Hectic is correct. I misspoke. Hectic is
Got
correct.
it. This is my friend Hopper. He's been helping me travel around.
She looks at Hopper and points around the corner. And Hopper's like, oh, over here? And then she points to an empty bag of soil. And then around the corner, and right, okay, all right, I'll go get some soil. And he looks back to you and starts to walk off around the corner.
Be careful. So, how long have you been here?
She looks back towards the courtyard, and she just motions to the courtyard. And the impression you get is long enough to do that.
I see. I'm kind of traveling with a party, a guild, I guess. They sent me here thinking no one was taking care of it, but... Well, you seem to be doing a pretty bang-up job of it.
She smiles again as best as she can and nods a little bit. Are
you
Go.
from here?
Yeah, she nods. She reaches down towards the ground and kind of puts her palm flat towards the ground to indicate, like, when I was little.
Okay. Well, I kind of have her attention. I'm gonna kind of connect with Eildwood and tell her to follow Hopper.
Understand. Give me a perception check from Eildwood.
Oof. Big oof.
Love it, love it, love it, love it. Alright, wonderful. Eildwood comes around the corner and finds Hopper investigating a shed. And eventually grabs a bag of soil. I don't have one here, but he throws it over his shoulder and brings it out. With a 9, Eildwood does notice that there's like another little clearing up to the north of the shed, with another pot that's just kind of sitting in it. But that's all she really spots as Hopper comes back around with a big bag of soil. And she points him in a direction to one of these planters that just looks like it's low. A lot of the soil has been tossed out of it. And Hopper's like, right, I'll get to work, I guess. And he starts to do his best to distribute soil into one of these planters that needs it.
Thanks, Hopper.
Right. I guess this counts as making sure there's no monsters, right? She's fine, right?
Yeah, she's nice. Do you have a name? Something you prefer to be called?
She extends the handle of her little garden rake out to you, and you can see that etched into the handle is the name Francesca.
Francesca.
She nods.
Well, it's very nice to meet you, Francesca.
She extends a hand to shake yours.
I'll extend a bony hand and shake hers.
Perfect. She kind of just goes back to gardening. What does Foster do?
Okay, well, she seems like she's got this guy taken care of. Boy, I feel like I was sitting here to secure this place, and I haven't done that at all. I think Foster probably walks over here, forgetting that he was supposed to be here to do something,
Right.
and investigate this, like, fountain situation. Just kind of, like, walk the actual grounds, see the actual damage, like...
Perfect. Give me a perception check. Taking a look around, you see that there is a little bit of minor damage, mostly overgrowth, and a couple of places where it looks like, oh, some monsters probably got in a scuffle and knocked some things over. Notably, there's no signs of, like, graffiti or vandalism here. It appears to have not been touched much by that. Just doing a little bit of general looking, you do see that most of the statues in here bear the names of people with ranks. You assume that these are guild members, probably deceased guild members. And with a 23, you do also notice that the fountain here seems to magically pull up from an underground spring, which seems to kind of come from this river. It seems to be fed by this river, like there's an underground passageway somewhere that goes over here and then is drawn up into the fountain.
Got it. Does it seem decently obvious that Francesca is here alone? Or is there signs that other people have been coming and going?
With a 23, there's no obvious signs of other people. It seems
Okay.
that it's probably just her.
Alright, well, after I'm done inspecting the damage, kind of walking the grounds a little bit. I guess I'll walk back to Francesca. Do you need help with anything? I'm pretty good with... And I'll pull out my little, I forget what it's called. My little gardening spade, essentially. The one that Hopper gave me.
Give me a diplomacy check. Actually, you know what?
Does my undead empathy apply here?
It absolutely does. And while you're at it, also give me a nature check.
Okay. Sorry, you said nature and what else?
Nature and diplomacy.
Diplomacy, thanks.
Ooh. What bonus do you get from your undead empathy thing?
Let's see. Can I post this? How do I post it?
Usually speak. Wonderful. Okay, perfect. She looks at you a little more closely, and she specifically starts to look at the flower pots hanging from your chest, and at the magical trowel that you hold. And she kind of like cocks her head to the side and ponders for a little bit. And eventually, she starts to motion towards a couple of these planters that clearly need to be weeded, simple work. But then, reluctantly, she also kind of looks over her shoulder and points to the courtyard and up to the north. And you can tell as she points to those two places, she was reluctant to do so. It's almost like she was not sure if she wanted to have you help in those places.
Okay. Well, I've already been to the courtyard, and I know it still needs work, but I will head north to see what's up there that she's pointing at.
Perfect. As you get up there, you find another set of stone carvings that have been placed into a circle. You can see that the grass is vibrant and green around it. There's another pot that is just sitting in the middle of it. And you also see that there is a small wooden slat tray over here to the west. And in this tray, there are 5 large acorns. And with your nature check, you recognize them as hagwood acorns. They grew natively a little bit on the eastern side of Sierra, but especially farther east in Blimidel.
Oh, I haven't seen these in a while. Maybe she wants me to plant them. I'll try to pick up the tray and take it back to her.
Yeah, you grab the tray and you take it back to her, and she points you back up to the northern one. And she holds up a single finger.
One in each of the pots, then?
She looks at you, and you can see that there's a twinkle in her eye, like you've asked a question that she really likes, even though it seems very mundane. And she holds up just a single finger and points to the north one.
Okay. I will head back up, and I'll use my little trowel, and I will plant one in this pot here.
When you go up to the pot, you see that it is currently empty.
Oh, well, I'll go get some soil then.
Perfect. You go grab some soil. Hopper will help carry some up there. You take the soil back up, you pour it into the pot, and as you pour the soil into the pot, it disappears.
Oh, wow, that's unfortunate. Do I have anything for detecting magic?
I don't know if you have a spell for it. You can try to just study it and give me a nature check to see if there's any natural magic happening. With that said, you can tell for sure the dirt magically disappears when you pour it into the pot. There's definitely some sort of magic going on.
Yeah, I think the best I can do is try to just nature identify it.
Perfect.
Oof. Rolling real bad. Welcome back.
You can definitely tell there is magic going on, but you can't identify exactly what is happening here.
Hey, Hopper, come take a look at this.
Oh, weird. Oh, it's another one of these circles.
Yeah, and watch what happens when I pour the dirt into it.
Oh, shit. Oh, it's a magic pot of some sort. Why would a magic pot get rid of dirt? It seems like you'd want to put dirt in it.
suppose I could just plant it right in the ground, don't you think?
That might work.
Seems a little more reasonable. I'll try to just plant the seed right in the ground. Just bypass the pot.
As you dig the shovel in to dig up a little hole to put the seed in, the trowel goes in, you scoop up some dirt, and then after about 3 or 4 seconds, you watch as the dirt regathers into where it was. It fills itself back in. Whoa, weird.
Well, this is concerning.
Yeah.
It's going to make it hard to plant anything.
Yeah, no, you're not going to be able to plant anything in that. It is about this time to speed things along. You hear distant footsteps as a group approaches. Tex, Ruko, Narafi, and Kaz. You have arrived at the academy, and one of the first things that you found was a sign pointing you towards the garden. And as you step, you find yourselves at the same southern face here.
At the academy, do we meet other people?
There are actually almost certainly a couple of parties that are investigating different places throughout the academy, yeah.
Where did Finn and Darwin go?
You ask around. Give me a perception check to see if you just spot them, and then you can do some asking around based on what you get.
Sure.
You find a couple of other groups. They appear to be on their own. And a couple of them report, I think that they went to go check out the requisitions office, actually. I haven't seen them. They're not our group, anyway. They said they'd meet us back at the camp tonight, but...
Very well. Requisitions group.
Who's talking?
This is just one of the other adventurers that was helping to check out the academy. They do mention...
The academy.
Yeah, there was a group that went to the library that ran into some trouble. They went back to camp ahead of time, so... I don't know. Maybe they'll see him first?
Right. If I could send a message...
Sure, we're almost done here. We could take it back for you.
Could you tell them that Francesca's ghost appeared back in the... What was that temple called?
The necrothecary.
Is it the necroth?
Oh,
Is it
it's or
necrothecary?
the...
No,
It's a temple to Pukakulue.
Yeah.
that's the one. Pukakulue.
Pukakulue.
I think.
Pukakulue.
Kulua.
Oh, wait.
Oh?
I'm gonna analyze this person first. What do they look like, real quick? Just are they the? I'm gonna go blab and tell everybody everything, or
Give me a perception check.
do they seem committed?
Yeah. Give me a perception check.
Okie dokie. I have some important messages for them, but hold on. Perception. Is it gonna roll? Help!
I believe in it.
Why? Let me repop out my thing. Anyways, I'm looking at him for an uncomfortable amount of time in character.
Right, just sizing them. They appear to be a human girl. Kind of tan skin, brown hair. Looks a little bit athletic, probably like a farmer or a mason, somebody that did manual labor for a living before they got into this. That's a natural 20.
Tell me their entire life story, actually. No, I'm just kidding.
You can see that they are one of the people who has actually adopted an old landfall outfit. They were one of the old guild people that has come back. She's in like maybe her early 30s or so. She seems to be with a natural 20. She seems to have very strong loyalties to the guild, to Finn and Darwin. Will do whatever she thinks is best for them. If you relay information that is useful to them, she will give it untampered.
Okay. I'm gonna lean in after all the important business is done, and I'll talk to her like, "Hey, so
I was
I
still
have
saying
something-
stuff to her.
oh, okay, do it."
You
Ruko looked at her for a long time.
You looked at her while I was talking, and it was like, "Excuse me." I'm like, what the fuck?
It's okay.
Okay.
No, keep going.
Yeah,
Ruko is squinting and looking weird. He's just analyzing. Go.
All right, Narafi, go
Yeah.
first.
Anyway, don't mind him. He's had the day.
Oh, I'm sure we all have. It's been rough.
Yeah, no, we've encountered the ghost of Francesca.
Right. Francesca, the
Yes,
The Drew.
we're going to put her back to rest. But if Finn and Darwin want to say anything to her before then, maybe they'd like to.
Oh, maybe. I'll let him know. If anything, if it's time sensitive, do what you got to do. I'm sure they would not want her to linger too long, but that is good. If we get back to camp before you and we see them, I'll tell them for sure.
Sure thing. Just claps a hand on Ruko's shoulder.
Okay.
Go on, hit on her.
you were saying.
What? Oh, no, okay. He... However I can make this so that it's less public, I needed to speak to her, like, a little bit privately for
Yeah,
a second.
she's willing to kind of step to the side, or you can catch a moment where she is off on her own.
Okay, he'll look at the group since they knew what I was doing with a little pouch of little baby bones or something.
Right.
Oh, you took that with you?
Yeah.
Well, yeah, it's gonna be out in the rain in an open ditch, filling with water and being resurrected. So he thought it best to take it.
Yeah.
Anyways, so he lifts it to show the subject of the conversation and goes to talk to her. Hey, if you could just tell maybe Darwin, just Darwin, not Finn, to meet me by the cliff side one of these nights when we get back, because I do want to give him something discreetly. It's kind of, I don't know, it's uncomfortable and personal. I just think Darwin would be the first person to give it to. So can you just tell him to meet me when we get back? First night.
She looks at you, and she looks down at the bag. And she gets the vibe that this is serious and that you're not, like, playing an angle here. Sure, I'll tell him. I'll tell him to meet you, at the, I guess, one of the cliffs overlooking the pond back at camp.
Yeah.
Sure. Why can't you tell him yourself?
I just need him to be away from, out of character. I'm forgetting his name for a second. Fuck.
Bill? Finn?
Finn.
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 Gotcha.
He needs to be away from Finn for just a moment, is all.
Oh, well, good luck with that.
Yeah, that's why it's difficult.
Right.
I hope maybe this works.
I gotcha. I'll see what I can do. Is that? I'm not going to ask.
It's just really tricky.
Sure. Alright, anyway, I should get back to the group before they get lost or something. Where are you guys headed?
Garden time.
Oh, speaking of Francesca, well, good luck. I thought we already sent a group to clear that.
We can't just enjoy a garden.
She laughs and she starts to walk off. Alright, good luck.
Alright, thank you.
You guys continue to walk for a bit until eventually you arrive at the garden. You can see muddy footprints. People have kind of come and gone recently.
Does the foot have flesh on it?
Give me a perception check.
Okay.
It's gonna be boot prints anyway.
Mm.
Well, we just saw bare, fleshless footprints everywhere, and I was a little concerned.
Oh man, the pop-out window doesn't work in Foundry.
At Texas, you come around the corner, you see Yelbode and a zombie doing a little gardening. Ruko, as you are kind of looking at these footprints a little more closely, you see that they look normal. They look like boot prints, except there is one that is a little large and a little barefoot. One set, I should say.
Barefoot? Like claws? and
No,
shit? Or...
like barefoot humanoid.
Ew, what a freak.
More people with feet.
Yeah.
She's over here. So what do? Do we kill her?
What's
Put
she
her back on the
doing?
ground? She's hanging out with the weasel.
Oh, it's probably fine. She might have been risen. So this is a complicated question now. This wall exists, right? There's a wall here.
Yes, it has windows in it. You can see through it easily, but all of the
Alright.
borders of this courtyard are technically walled.
Yeah, we'll pretend we walked around.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay, but.
Yeah,
So here's a question.
Sorry, I just see things that are black and I can't.
If a ghost needs his body to be put to rest before it goes back where it came from. But the body is risen. How do you keep both?
What a fun question. Give me a religion or occultism or arcana check. I'm going to give you some bonuses for reasons.
This is based on a creature, so I can use esoteric lore
Sure
without
can.
any penalties. Do you want it secret? Do you want it?
Sure, give it to me secret. And you get one true, one false, and a fail. Is that true?
If I fail regularly,
Okay.
I get yeah. You know, if I crit fail, I still get wrong information.
Understood. It is a complicated affair when there are many undead that are all resulting from the same soul. Typically, your understanding is that when that happens, their soul is usually tethered to whichever is the most ephemeral. So most likely the ghost. In that circumstance, the zombie is usually almost closer to a daemon than an actual undead. They typically don't have a mind. They have lingering thoughts. It's like when you do the Speak with Dead spell, how it has their bodies like latent memories, but not their actual consciousness. It will be easier to put the ghost to rest if you reunite it with the zombie and put them both to rest at the same time. But in theory, you could probably just destroy the zombie and then put the ghost to rest.
But yeah, I guess this means that we're not really rushing here. She's not hostile or anything.
And as you come around the corner, she looks a little like... Actually, ooh, boy, hang on. What is your perception? Oh, sweet zombie, you sweet baby. Oh, that's pretty good for a zombie. At first, as you come around the corner, she kind of... Not in like an attacking way, but in a startled way, like a scared way, like a I don't know what's going on and I'm frightened sort of way. But then Ruko, she looks at you and she kind of like... and stops. She unpanics. Foster, you hear this commotion going on.
Oh, I guess somebody followed up with us. I'll start heading back that way. Narafi, Ruko. Hi, guys. Hi, Tex.
Oh, you're the bone guy.
I'm the bone guy.
Also, this is Ruko. I feel like you've met already.
I think,
Around the fire.
yeah, we've met.
I was supremely distracted by Ildwood, though. That little thing. He's so cute.
She's
Look at her.
pretty cute. I don't blame her at all.
Yeah, Ruko, Tex, heal yourselves.
What do you mean?
That's as much as healing as I got.
Oh, okay, your HP is like...
Do you guys need help? I've got healing potions. I've got my medicine kit. Oh, this is Francesca, by the way. She's been taking care of this place.
Oh.
She raises a hand and waves.
Francesca. I know you.
She
Yeah,
looks...
you want to stitch this gash in my neck? No, just like hold up his neck or
Yeah.
nice blade hit.
Yeah, here, go ahead, Foster. I want to see this.
Oh no, what happened to you?
What does it look
Aggressive
like?
gardening.
There's more than one
We've
way
all
to
been
stitch
there.
a cat.
Oh boy, how do I do this?
Somebody decided I would be better with a cranioectomy.
Well, that person's pretty rude.
Came at him with the scythe. Proper tool.
Okay, sorry, you can apply nature instead of medicine to treat wounds. Okay, cool. So nature, I'll just do a basic treat wounds.
DC 15?
Yeah, DC 15. And how down are you?
Not much.
Okay.
Like, I'm sure that would top me
Just
off.
a bit.
I was going to say, I think basic is 2d8, and I think that'll do it. Ooh!
That's a crit.
That's a crit.
So
for
it's 48.
But I mean, as a cat, minor inconvenience, basically death. I mean,
Okay.
Damn,
Good roll, too.
22.
Jesus.
That was almost my max health.
holy!
Wowza!
Try not to lick it. I know it's tempting, but
Yeah, like cranes his neck and starts kind of looking at it, but there's just no way to look at
Reach
that.
the yeah. No need for cone.
Please give us an opportunity to use a cone because, like,
If you give
oh
me
my god.
a cone token, I swear I will walk out of this campaign.
Well, I wasn't going to, but now I have
Are you gonna
to.
hit? Are you gonna hit the door frame on the way out? Like, out of the cone, or-
He'll just be trapped in here forever.
Amazing.
Yeah. Ruko, you're still a little hurt. Well, Foster's spending 10 minutes healing Tex. I just shove the flask in Ruko's mouth. Here you go, drink.
Have a sip.
Just a
Oh,
sip.
I know you. You are.
Recover 9 HP.
Ooh, very nice.
Foster. As all of this is going on, you start to hear the wind pick up. It rustles through the jungle, and it carries your name. Foster.
oh, I'll kind of like turn in the direction of wherever it came from.
It continues to whisper a few times, and it seems to be coming from the river. Foster.
I look around. Is anybody else reacting to this?
Nobody else hears anything weird. I assume they're all kind of just having whatever conversation they were having. Give me a perception check.
Is Philo here? I haven't
I've seen-
heard him.
Yes, hello.
Oh, hi.
It's a pilot.
Sorry, I just forgot to move my token.
Welcome back.
Hello.
Ooh, perception.
Anybody can do it. Foster is the one who's really making a check here, but if you rolled really high, you might notice something too.
Why is it saying? Oh, I'm clicking on the wrong perception. Never mind.
The initiative one?
Yeah, I was clicking on initiative perception.
As you start looking around, you notice that Francesca is also kind of looking over her shoulder.
You can hear it too, Francesca?
She looks to you. She points at you. Like, really? You too?
Yeah, I hate to run, guys. Well, you can come with me. I have to go check on something. I'll start walking towards the river.
All right.
Wait, what?
Somebody or something needs my help, my attention.
Alright.
You're hearing voices? Or-
Yeah, like whispers.
Oh, shit.
Oh,
Do
Do I
you
see that?
not hear them?
no, I don't hear
No.
anything, but it's very reassuring and normal, probably.
DM,
Do I
help me.
see that Francesca's also hearing me?
Ruka with the 21, you can tell that she was also looking over her shoulders at the things that nobody else heard.
Right,
Frisk, give me a
but
perception check.
Sure.
Yes, you do also notice that both Foster and Fresca at the same time seem to look over the shoulders like they heard something that you didn't. And yes, Jaeger, what's up?
just the mysterious, you're definitely crazy vibe is like catnip to Ruko. He needs to find. So he wants to talk to Francesca, but he sees the other guy leaving, and he's like, "What?
Right.
So help! What do I
There
do?"
must be something that calls to gardeners specifically.
Sorry, I didn't mean to. We can relax
No,
for a
that's
second,
alright.
but yeah, Foster says that as they're like continuing to walk.
As you get closer and closer, it seems to come from the river, and it, in particular, seems to babble out from the steam at the bottom of this little waterfall.
I will try to find anything that looks like the ponds I've seen, any like trash laying around, anything that needs attention.
As you take a look around, it looks kind of like what you see here. It's just a normal little stream that kind of flows over the edge of a little, like, 8-foot, 9-foot tall miniature cliff, I guess. Kind of babbles across some stones and down into the stream. Give me a perception check. You hear the whispers coming from deeper through the stone, it almost seems like, behind the waterfall.
I think it's behind the waterfall. I'm gonna take a look.
Okay.
I'll see if there's like a hidden passageway back there. Or...
You kind of like peek behind it, and it kind of just seems like water flows straight over the rocks and down, and you don't see like a hole or a cave or anything like that.
Be careful, you'll get mud in your boots.
That's true. I do need to be careful.
I thought it was already filled with mud.
No, it's just dirt. It will turn into mud. It's much heavier.
Oh. Don't know much about planting. Will that make it more difficult?
Makes them slide off a little easier. It's not great. I'll do this and just see if I get anything.
Perfect. I mean, undetected +1 attempt. Any such creature passed on the last hour. As you reach down and begin to perform a root reading, your hand passes through the rock.
Oh, that's cool. Have you seen this before? It's not here. I'll like wave my hand through the rock.
Yeah, you feel cold air from the other side, and you look and see like your hand is just embedded in the rock behind this waterfall. I say embedded, you can still move it freely, it's just clipping through.
You've not encountered any hostiles in this area?
We haven't. Not yet. I'll be honest, there's a door in the building I haven't opened yet, but we ran into Francesca first, and there are a lot of weeds that need to be pulled and some trees that needed planting, so it seems like that was more important.
You do see that there is evidence that they've been gardening for 3 hours.
I'm glad you have your priorities in order.
Well, if they weren't attacked in the 3 hours, that's not bad.
Breaching. I'll walk through the wall.
Shall we check?
Alright, you guys watch as Foster whoop straight through the stone. What do you guys do?
I follow.
You reach and follow, and you hit solid stone.
Gunk. Well, that didn't work.
Absolutely not. I hate getting wet.
Wait, I'm back, but what happened? Everyone left me.
Ruko, they have followed these invisible whispers that you can't hear to a waterfall. Foster has walked through the cave, or not the cave, walked through the stone that the waterfall is trickling down. Narafi tried to follow and bumped into rock like he couldn't go through.
Oh man, fuck
stay
logic.
close.
I'm gonna bonk my head.
Yeah, you try to go through, and sure enough, you bonk into solid stone.
Ruko, you just saw me. Do it.
Well, he did it.
Oh, that's true. We should try everyone. What if someone just goes through it?
Cackles,
Exactly.
Cackles tries to run.
Bonk.
Can Eildwood make it through?
Yes. Fieldwoad. Whoop, straight through.
What a superior animal.
Do you think it's because they're... And I don't mean to be rude.
I go
about
and
this.
fall after Yield mode.
Oh, man, I hadn't... Why didn't I think...
Didn't think about
Okay,
Dex.
give me a second. Give me a second while I figure shit out.
Oh boy.
Uh-oh.
We're going to awaken
I
dead spirits.
I refuse to be overshadowed by this fucking weasel.
Oh, he's jealous.
Tex, give me a will save. This is kind of a nebulous sort of meta thing. It's you don't feel any effects on your body. I'm getting dice involved because I'm trying to decide how a thing works. Okay, understood. Tex bonks into this, and now you're a little wet too, which makes it even worse.
I'm gonna use my hair point.
Do it.
No, you wish you were longer, don't you?
Oh,
Oh god, he's
There
longer.
it is. There it is.
Tex, at first you bonk, but then you push, and slowly your hand starts to sink into the stone, and you feel resistance. It's like you're pushing through thick mud, like almost dry clay. But the stone is not solid for you. You can kind of push it, and it gives a little give.
It's like when a cat kind of gets stuck on a baby gate or a fence or whatever, but then finds the spot where they can squeeze through.
Yeah.
And they
They're
just...
like, it seems like they're just phasing through it because they're 90% fluff. Inside, real quick, Foster and Yieldwood.
Can my Can I what the fuck roll this is?
Yeah, you can give me some sort of a magic check if you want.
This sounds like neither a haunt, a creature, or a curse, so it's gonna be esoteric lore -2.
Perfect. Foster, you find a little cave. You can see light kind of shimmering off the water that is trickling down. When you turn around and look behind you, you see all of your friends still there. It's like the rock is invisible to you, like you've just kind of walked through one-way glass, basically.
You guys coming? Can you hear me?
They can hear you. You guys can respond.
Hi, yeah, we cannot come in.
Brett, push me.
Okay. Don't turn into goo or anything weird.
I just start wiggling.
Oh god, he's making it. He's getting in there. Oh jeez. If you can't get out, Tex, I can't help you.
All right, you push and push and push. While that is happening, real quick, Foster, what do you do?
Well, I guess I can see Tex is trying to get in. Everybody else seems to think they can't get in.
Yeah, and if you want to sit and just wait for Tex to try to push in for a while, that is totally fine.
The only thing I will do while I'm waiting is I will reach down and touch one of my planters that's hanging from my ribs, and I will cast light on myself, and all the flowers just kind of magically bioluminesce.
I love that. I think actually, if you drag that effect onto yourself, it might even make a light automatically.
Yeah,
Ooh,
there's also no vision. I can't see anything.
I'm blind.
Incredible.
Yeah, let me drop some camera in there for you guys. Ruko, boy, this isn't even a strength thing. So Ruko pushes and pushes on Tex. Tex.
I wiggle my front paws. I'm like, oi, pull me.
I'll try to pull him.
Over the course of 5 minutes, it is a slow, ongoing, and frankly kind of painful process. Tex, eventually, whoop, you pop through to the other side.
It's liquid eventually.
Well,
You guys talk amongst yourselves, dinner's ready. I need 3 or 4 minutes. I'll be right back. Feel free to explore this cave if you want. What you see is what you see.
Tex is dead.
Well, you know.
You've noticed though, right? He's really jealous of that thing.
Very.
The long stoat. Yeah.
He's not dead. We're also right here.
Yeah.
Oh, hey!
Can you
Are
see
you gonna
us?
be able to get him back through there?
Yes, we can see you and hear everything you're saying. You're
Foster, does that mean you're not dead either? I'm a little confused.
But that's a loaded question.
Guys, you can't just ask someone if they're dead or not.
I'm learning a lot about undead lately. I'm sorry, I'm new to this.
That's okay.
By the way, if you have to force him in there with your big, strong muscles, Foster, how does that work?
Eelto's pretty strong in a scrap.
Oh, that'd be great.
No, we'll figure it out. The voice, it doesn't want to hurt. It just needs help.
Okay.
That's how every fairy tale starts. It's really fun. Well, usually the creepy ones.
Yeah, be careful of mimics who pretend they want help, but actually want to drag you down to water and drown you. I don't think you can drown.
I'll be careful. I don't think I can either.
But if your boots get too wet and get too heavy, you won't be able to swim out. Very problematic.
That's
Isn't that
true.
the tale?
Well,
The
you
tale
might have
of
to leave the boots
Scarpies?
behind.
I'd rather die again.
You know, bog scarpies.
Bug scorpies?
Yeah, they lure you in. Kind of like that. It's a voice.
Okay. You're, a swamp man. What do you normally face in the swamps? In the bogs?
Literally everything. Anything. All at once. Well, it depends where you are.
You specifically.
Well, you've got a vast experience of different things that have happened in this swamp. What? Natural environments? Animals, creatures, people, things.
More like just creatures, like anything that would try and attack you.
Lots of things with big teeth. Scales?
Animals?
Yeah. Teeth,
Plants?
scales, wings. And then, sometimes you get to these places that are deep with a sort of rot. And they kind of like... they produce different gases that make you hallucinate, so it's really hard to tell what's really happening. You know?
No.
Yeah. You're from a desert.
Yeah, we don't really have that.
Yeah, don't have water.
It's a viable commodity.
Oh. Strange things happen in the bogs. He gets this far away look. Like, ugh.
This explains you quite a bit.
Hey, well, for the record, Blemadil is a place of, well, Bogmirth. This is the capital. The only reason it's the capital is because it's just so damn difficult to get to there, to conquer there, to do anything in the middle of a bog. It's the worst.
So it's a capital?
Yeah, Bogmirth. I mean, it was important for a long time, but became the capital because it is the most difficult to get to. Invaders come in and they just do not want to go. No matter what orders you have, you don't want to get eaten by mosquitoes or destroyed by some kind of scaled creature in the dark. Everything's dark and murky and spooky, you know.
So it's the capital by way of inconvenience.
Exactly, which makes it the most convenient for us. Plus, it's extremely satisfying when you break out the support beams with some explosives of a large structure that's just so secure, no? And it falls down and sinks slowly. You can come back to it for months and it's still sinking. It's the best.
Narafe notes that Ruka has experience with explosives.
Does he write this?
No, he just has his hands behind his back.
My friend Zep, he was insane. Is insane, actually. Man, I wonder what he's up to. He was the one for the explosives. I was not the one for it, but, you know, after a while you kind of just... It's too flashy. It's too much fun. He convinced me.
So you have friends who are bad influences?
He's a good influence. Otherwise, I'd be reading books probably to this day, doing nothing.
Reading
Sitting
books isn't doing
high.
nothing.
Well, sure, but you don't know the extent, the impact of the books until you've actually experienced at least a modicum of it.
Absolutely. There's theory, then there's practice.
Precisely. Well, it would be nice to get out of Bognorth, but I'm liking it here. Creepy as fuck.
I'm glad you like it. You've been crying a lot.
Well, it's hard. We're on
I'm
a
like-
mission.
Yeah, you're like, what, 19? 18? Some teenage?
Old enough.
19?
22.
Oh, you appear much younger.
Thanks. The question mark is visible on his face.
Yeah, that tone is neutral enough that you're not sure if it's a compliment.
How old are you?
40s?
Like in the thousands or
No, like my
Hundreds?
40s.
like divisible by 10 kind of deal, like 40?
Like the mid 40s, yes.
Like 1400s or
40, Ruko.
So has your mane just like gone totally grey or fallen out? Is that why you cover yourself so much? It's nothing to be ashamed of.
Not ashamed of my appearance. I'm not going to describe the way I look to you, first of all. Defeats the anonymity part.
Right, so you should just show it because then it's,
Maybe during
Well-
one-on-ones.
You
And definitely
are
not to
an
you.
enigma. By the way, you're alive, right?
Yes. I am here right now, in front of you.
That's exactly the kind of evasion I was worried about.
Just answering questions.
There is no judgment. I just don't know. Masks.
Okay,
You can't just ask someone if he's alive.
You can.
No. It's rude.
Hey, I spent an entire hour crying, living the past lives of other people at funerals. It feels very real. It doesn't matter if you're alive or dead. It
You
still
could have
feels
stopped doing that
so
anytime.
real. Well, we had a mission, and I was invested because Dorbin, he was so sad, and it was. God damn it! Shut up!
Have some water, please. Just gives you a water skin.
No,
He
I
looks
can
at
hear
it
the kid
pretty-
crying from in here.
He gives you
Yeah.
a snake eye as he drinks the water, but he's thankful.
Seems like he's having a hard day and maybe a hard life.
inside.
Playing second fiddle for your entire life will do that to you.
Shut!
Oh, Ruko, you're never second fiddle to me. You're more like a viola, a smaller violin.
I'm sure he's not a second fiddle.
Inside the cave, what you see is what you see. There is a stone circle. There are mushrooms growing in strange circles inside of it. And a pot. Just like the other in the center. Also, did you guys know that ghost peppers are very hot?
You have ghost
What?
peppers?
Yeah. Anyway, carry on.
Hey, Tex, I've wanting to ask you. You said that you served somebody kind of like... Well, you found them like Wildfolk found me.
Yeah. I think
And
I said that.
When you found them, did you know why you found them, or...
Not really.
I see. I think the voices, the whispers, they've got something to do with the old road, and I was wondering if maybe she could tell me if she could talk, but
Do you
I
think
guess
they're
we'll just keep
possessed?
figuring it out. No, nothing like that. She came to me to. Well, she came to me when I was alone and needed somebody. And I think she kind of like helps me do my magic, sort of, or something does, and I'm just trying to figure it all out. What happens if I try to like scoop some dirt into this terracotta pot?
As you scoop dirt into this terracotta pot, it also disappears, but it's different this time. What happens this time is that the dirt, as you pour it in, is drained of its color. It ages into ash over the course of about 10 or 15 seconds until it turns gray and then it melts like wax until it just kind of coats the bottom of the pot and then eventually boils and sizzles off. The other one was almost an immediate sort of magical disappearance. This one is more of like a process where it turns gray and goopy and then disappears.
Huh. That's interesting. The only times I've gone to the Whispers before, it's led me to, like a pond. This is definitely different. Do I happen to have one of those acorns with me?
You can if you want to, yeah.
Cool. I'll see. I don't want to like drop it in, but I want to see if it like reacts if I like pantomime putting it in or start putting it in or anything like that.
As you start to lower it in, you can definitely tell that it is going to start turning gray and being drained. You can pull it out quickly as soon as you notice that starting to happen.
Yeah. Hmm.
I grew up in a spooky swamp. I assume that I have seen stone circles and things like this around there at various points. Um, do I recognize what this would be for?
That seems reasonable. Give me a nature check or an occultism check.
Definitely weird, like bog witches and stuff that
Yeah, kind of a bog witch vibe to it, I guess.
put something like this somewhere. It's just arcana or occultism.
Nature or occultism.
Oh,
Nature would be the better one if you don't.
I'm bad at nature, so I'll take occultism.
Understood.
He's eaten
Slightly
like,
better at that.
eaten like 3 of those.
There are etchings on these rocks for sure. They look occult. They look magical. It's clear to you that something magic happens when he puts this big acorn into the pot. You know you've seen those acorns before, even on a tin. Those are called hagwood acorns. They are frequently used by witches and druids and primalists for conjuration effects. They are a common reagent that is used to make portals through trees. They essentially are a reagent for this world's equivalent of like TVP. The pot doesn't really. You're not able to really get anything more than that. You can tell that magic's happening, and you can tell that the acorn is a common reagent in magic, but you're not able to make sense of exactly what's happening here.
And these are all just like mushrooms.
Just mushrooms.
around
They're
here.
growing in a weird, kind of vaguely concentric geometric pattern for sure.
Mhm.
Do you speak cheeky?
I know how to say fuck.
True.
There was a rock kind of like these inside the garden that I couldn't read. I think it's cheeky, but hello. I'm here. My PC's really bad at puzzles, but I'm willing to help.
Give me a nature check.
While he's talking, I'll take out my my letter writing kit and I'll start
Terrible.
copying some of the letters and etchings.
Understood. Nothing happens as you called. Even the whispers have stopped at this point once you got into the cave. But it does occur to you the only pot you haven't really messed with is the first one you looked at. Back in the courtyard.
Oh, that makes a lot of sense.
Everything okay in there?
Yeah, I'm just a bit slow.
What did you find?
It's like kind of like a fairy circle. I think I need to plant these in a specific order, though.
Fascinating. Oh, plant! Ruko. The seed.
Hmm? Yes, plants make seeds. That is
Give
a
your seed to
fact.
Foster.
What?
The glowing one, Ruko. The one I made you hold. Because you know. I
Sure.
figured you were responsible enough.
Sure. He bonks it against the rock.
Yeah.
Well,
We found this, Foster. We're not sure what it does.
yeah, the real shame it can't go through this rock.
That's okay. I think I'm gonna have to come out anyway and come back to this.
How did you do that? I want to go in there.
It's so strange. Oh yeah, my roll earlier. What did that determine
Uh,
about this rock?
It was about the rock. What was your... Let me... Scrolling up. What did you roll?
It was, I don't know. It
Oh,
was
I see.
blind.
It was blind. I see it.
Okay.
Seems like a pretty standard illusion, probably similar to hallucinatory terrain,
Except it's so.
except that it's solid, which you understand is hallucinatory terrain can change the way something feels, but it typically has a hard time disguising like entire structures or making things that you can like stand on or walls and things like that. So this is the closest thing you can think of is sort of like hallucinatory terrain, but it seems stronger than that for sure.
In theory, I can disbelieve it and go through.
In theory,
He just looks at the rock and says, "I do not believe in you.
let me go read how
Fake
disbelieving
rock.
works.
Fake news."
I want to try to go through too. I'll touch it with my curse hand.
Ooh, hello.
PF2, disbelieving illusions.
I can't remember if it's perception or will. Or if you can even, unless it's listed.
Here we go. Perception check.
Okay.
Against
I'll
the
try.
caster's spell DC.
Oh
Illusion
boy.
is visually greater than might know that an illusion presence, so can ignore it without successfully disbelieving. Disbelieving making it seem hazy and indistinct. Cool.
Shall I give you a perception?
Yes,
or is this
please.
like, okay. Here you go. I don't think that works.
Yeah, you try, and like, you just watched Foster, and to a certain degree, text walk through it. You know it can't be real, but try as you might, you can't make your mind overcome how real it seems.
This must be some very powerful magic. You give it a try, cuz.
Yeah, let me try.
Just claps the small of your back.
The small of his back is gigantic.
True.
Effect, does it work?
Perception check.
Make some sweet potato fries.
Ooh, that sounds real good.
Very nice.
Give me them now.
Kaz, you focus and focus and focus. And after a while, it's like, oh, I'm never getting through. This is just a rock. You know it's magical. You just watched your friends walk through it, but you know it's magical. You know it's magical. You know it's magical. About 5.5, 6 minutes later, just as everybody else is kind of like starting to give up and realize, no, we're never getting through this thing, your hand, whoop, slips through. And you look up and you can still see the stone, but it's hazy, it's misty. You can kind of see through it a little bit.
Lick it.
He's starting to believe.
Or disbelieve in this case.
While they're fucking around outside, after Foster leaves, I'm just gonna quietly ask to the stone circle, who's here and why did you let me in?
Oh boy.
Oh.
Give me a... This one has to be a nature check. I know you're not good at those, but it has to be a nature check.
While that's going on, I just want to keep going in. You're trying to.
Yeah, you are able to kind of force your way into the cave, where you hear Tex whispering indistinctly. I don't think you can make out what he's saying. He's trying to do it quietly.
I'll try to sneak up so I can hear.
Sure, give me a stealth check.
You gotta
It
put
was
me in.
nice knowing him.
Good Foster's token. So glowy.
No. Tex, you don't get any sort of response. It's just kind of a quiet cave, but you do hear Kaz eventually. A little surprising, but you hear Kaz's heavy footsteps coming around the cave.
Yeah,
Clearly
I imagine
trying
as I
to be
finally,
sneaky.
I imagine as I finally get through it, I kind of like stumble a little bit, kick
Yeah.
a bunch of rocks and. I also imagine that as soon as Cackles sees Kaz disappear through the rock, he just starts screaming and running in a circle.
True.
I pick him up. I'm like, no, you're fine. I swaddle him in the cloth. Set. Quiet, weird dog. It's fine.
No, I guess I'll look at Kaz. Did you speak this? I'll just kind of gesture at some of the writing.
That is a good question.
Do you speak cheeky?
I don't have it on my list. I don't know if I had it on there before everything got all fucky and like the languages got reset.
Right.
If you could take a look at mine real quick, I think I have as many languages as I should with my int, but I'm not sure. I don't know.
1 + 6, 2, 4. You do get one more. I mean, if you wanted to pick cheeky for this one thing, I'm not going to yell at you. That's totally fine. You can.
I
burn
mean,
it on
cheeky was one of the other ones that I was thinking about anyway. Let me just look at this other list from the Telegram message that we were having a couple months ago.
While you
Yeah.
were deciding your languages, let's jump back out real quick. What are those of you outside do?
I'm just hang out with Foster, holding cackles up.
Would you be able to help me with some bags of soil, Narafi?
Sure.
I'll start heading towards the acorns to pick up some seeds, then to the cart to pick up the soil, and I think I figured it out. I have to plant the acorns in the right order.
It's a puzzle, huh?
I'm not very good at them.
Just real quick, I guess, would it make more sense for me to know Cheeky or Keblin?
Definitely Kepler.
I'll probably just stick with that. Although I do really want Kaz to learn Cheeky at some point, just so I can say nice tail.
Your intelligence is probably
Nice
going to
tail.
increase
Oh,
at some
yeah,
point. Yeah. I help
Damn.
Foster. What?
Oh, I fucked up. I should have said nice tail instead of fuck earlier.
True.
I'm not good at improv, you guys.
No, it's fair. Save. He's got a bag of holding, so he can just put everything in there.
Oh, amazing. The first pot was inside, so I'll just head back in there and see what happens.
All right, as you get
Alright.
inside, you find more of these rocks with writing on them, and Cheeky, and you find an empty pot.
Can I read it then?
Do you speak Cheeky?
Yeah.
Yeah, you should actually be able to double-click that thing, and it should translate for you.
It's not.
Weird. Let me translate it. Hang on.
Cloister Garden. That's some wibbly wobbly stuff.
I'll have to figure out why that's not working. Anyway, in Cheeky, these rocks
Maybe it broke.
collectively read, "As we, so they both."
As we, so they both.
That clears things up.
Yeah, I don't know what that means.
What do you do?
I think it's because the languages are in red. They're not. They say I have more language than I should,
Maybe. I don't know.
so they're not counting them.
I'll figure it out between sessions.
I'll try to pour some soil into this first pot.
All right, you pour soil into the first pot, and it stays there. Everything behaves normally, which is a little abnormal based on the previous two. What's more, back in the cave, Kaz and Tex, as you guys are studying these rocks, and Tex, as you are trying to whisper to this thing, you watch as that pot fills with soil. Seemingly on its own.
Well, that's not normal.
Yelling out the door. Ruko, ask them what's going on. Doing telephone now.
Hey, what's going on in there?
Nothing.
Amazing.
Well, one of these pots just filled with soil. It's the weirdest fucking thing.
I'll take out the green thumb trowel and plant one of these seeds into this first pot.
All right. You planted it, and it nestles into place. Nothing happens immediately as you plant. However, inside the cave, Kaz and Tex, you guys watch as a ghostly image of a tree branches up out of the pot suddenly.
There you go. A nice new home for you to grow in. So I'll stand up and I'll start kind of meandering my way to the second pot.
All right, when you
Bring
get over
out
to the
another
second
bit of
pot,
soil.
you find that this pot already has soil in it now, and that there is a ghostly image of a tree that is sprouting out of it.
Oh.
Oh. That's interesting.
That wasn't there before, no?
No, definitely not.
These
I'll...
stones
Sorry, go ahead.
also have Cheeky on them, and Narafa, you can translate them as well. In Cheeky, they collectively read, "As hither song and thither song, so yonder echo."
Some hippie shit.
Kinda
As
sounds
hit their
like-
song, did their song. So yonder echo.
How poetic.
Ruko, you're the poet here.
What? Where am I?
You're like in the
Yeah, you're over by this waterfall.
We're using you as like communication.
What do I know about this prose?
Boy,
Does it sound
you
familiar?
could give me like society, or you could give me nature.
You have a bardic check, right?
Or yeah, I think you can use a bardic lore for anything.
This is specifically
I
a
sure
song
do.
or a poem.
Why not? Let's go bardic.
Woohoo!
Woohoo!
You've rolled 2 dice, and they've both been incredible so far.
Keep it up.
Wow.
Pressure's on now.
Not one next time. It's a promise.
In the fight, yeah.
Yeah, 25 is really good. You don't recognize either of these proses. It's not like these are excerpts from a poem that you know of, but they are kind of similar to stories that you used to hear back home, especially from Asha, about an enormous gray-skinned giant who would give you a gift if you whispered the same thing in both of its ears at the same time. He was known as the Echo Giant.
Which is hilarious because he's gigantic and you can't do that.
Oh yeah, a lot of the stories are like, how do you actually get up to a giant's ears and talk at the same time?
And that's how puppetry was formed. What do you call it? When somebody speaks as a puppet, doesn't look like they're talking.
2 cups and a piece of string.
Ventriloquism.
Mm-hmm.
I guess I'll try to plant.
You watch as nothing really changes here where you can see it, but back in the cave, Kaz and Tex, you see a very sudden and significant change. And let's jump back over to those guys. Up from the pot suddenly burst not just a little sprout, but a whole ass tree. Gray bark, gray leaves that jut up into the top of this cave, and then a split kind of cracks down the side of its trunk, and from that crack, lights begin to spill out.
Ooh.
You should touch it.
Lick it.
I don't think so. Never had much of a green thumb.
Foster back outside.
Green tone.
You start to hear the whispers again. Foster.
Oh, that must have been it. I can hear them again.
Alright, go ahead. I'll be behind.
I'll run back to the little courtyard first and say, Francesca, you should come with me.
She does the same thing where she gives you a smile like you've said something she really likes, but she just nods and motions you off.
Alright, then you're missing out. And I'll run off to the waterfall. And into the cave,
Yep.
presumably.
You come around the corner and you see exactly this.
As Foster's coming back around the corner, I can't hear it myself, but we know that he's been hearing voices, right?
Oh yes, for sure.
Okay. I'm gonna before he comes back into the waterfall, if we can see out of it, I want to cast a ghost sound outside the waterfall as he's running up.
Yeah.
And be like, Foster, bring snack.
Oh, snacks. I'll turn around and run back to Hopper.
What'd you find?
Hop. I don't know yet. It's asking for snacks, and I don't think it wants bone meal. Do you have any I don't know, anything on you?
I have some jerky and some honey.
You got some Doritos.
That's perfect. I'll
Okay.
take the jerky and
Perfect.
run back off to the waterfall.
I'm poking
here.
at the crack.
I brought snacks.
Tex, give me another will save. Unbelievable.
Never doubted it.
Unfucking
No fear.
believable. Tex, as you touch it, you feel a static energy coming off the tip of your claw. And you can feel part of your paw starts to slip through, and part of it doesn't. And the part that doesn't hurts badly. The more you push in, it's like it is separating you through a sieve. It's up to you if you want to keep pushing, but it seems to be just effortlessly, like, splitting you apart and letting some of you through and some of you not.
I don't have regeneration on this character. I'll back off.
Understood.
If it was 18, I would go right through, but...
Alright, I'll walk up to the base of the tree and set the jerky down.
Yeah, I grab it. Oh, thank you.
Wait, you heard the voices too?
No, I just wanted you to bring some snack.
Oh, that makes a lot of sense, I guess. You can just ask if you want. Although I do like the theater of it all.
I'll ghost sound again and whisper right next to him. Thank you.
That sent a shiver up my spine.
Hey.
Sound like a xylophone.
It did. I guess I will try to inspect this tree.
Alright.
And probably try to touch it, because, you know.
Yeah, there's not a whole lot to see other than the enormous glowing seam running down the middle of it. And as you reach out and touch, you find that your finger kind of just slips right through. And as it does, it almost like shrieks your hand. You feel like you could just keep on pushing through if you really felt like it.
Oh boy.
How many other mysterious magical walls are you going to walk through today, Bondman?
That's a good question.
Here, before you do, I'm just gonna tie some rope around his waist.
Oh,
Make
You mean
perfect
his spine?
Yeah.
alright, well, don't pull too hard or I'll fall apart.
Kind of loop it through the holes in his hip bone. Just to make sure it's real secure.
Wonderful.
Alright, I'll bend over and fill up my boots with some more dry dirt just to make sure they're nice and sturdy. Then I'll walk through.
Perfect.
I think it's gonna be okay, but, well, if it's not, it was great meeting you guys.
As
I'll give him a really awkward hug. Nice to meet you too. I hope you don't die. Again, that is, I mean...
I don't...
Give 2 tugs on the rope if you want us to follow, okay?
I will.
And
It's
3,
gonna be fine.
3 or more tugs if it's a bad idea to go through after.
3 or more. Got it.
Or if the rope is severed somehow magically when you go through, no tugs at all.
Okay, severed, no tugs. Come in, 2 tugs. Bad idea, 3 or more tugs.
Severed, 0 answers. Why?
Foster, as you step through, Kaz and Tex, you watch as the rope goes slack. It drops.
Oh no.
Hildwood also sees this and runs through the crack and disappears. Foster, you emerge in the same place you were standing. But everything is different. Except that when you turn around, you see that Francesca is still there. And she's continuing to work just like she was, but she looks over and sees you, and she smiles. Oh, good. You do hear the whispers. Come, we have much work to do.
You can speak here? Where is here? What's going on?
I'm sure you have a lot of questions. I must be careful. Why do you garden?
Why do I garden?
Why do you garden?
I guess a lot of reasons. It makes me happy. It makes other people happy. And, you know, I learned a long time ago, if you take care of the earth, it can take care of you too. It's a beautiful world we live in. I like to exemplify it, I guess.
I think I made the right decision. Please, come in. This vessel is not really the one talking to you. It has a mouth, so it is suitable. And I know that she would permit it. We were very close for a long time. I don't know why her corpse is here, but maybe it was because I needed something to speak to you. The world has a funny way of doing things like that.
It sure does. Where are we? It's beautiful here.
This is me. This is the old growth. One of the old growths. Hidden away, untouched by time, by industry, by the draconic and human ideals of ownership, of property, of domain. See, the world is full of life, and death, growth and rot, decay, regrowth, change, but change is the problem. Some things must remain the same, and so we have the old growth. This is the pact, if you choose it.
So, you want me to find other places like this? Take care of them?
It is really that simple. You wouldn't believe how hard it can be to get someone to do something so simple. You may, of course, walk away if you choose. I will find another.
No, don't. Well, you can find more if you want, but I'd be honored.
Very well. I watched you for a long time after you woke up. You should promise. You're very patient. That's important.
Sometimes things just need. You didn't wake me up then?
Oh, no. Of course not. I don't wake things once they have gone to sleep. That is not my purpose.
And, you sent her to me?
Sort of. She was like this, and she motions down to the corpse. If this is a voice box, then she was an eye or an ear. She is a way that I can give you a token of the power that flows in my roots, if you choose to cultivate those roots. And if you choose not to, you can keep what I've given you, and that will be all.
No, I want to cultivate it. I want to do something with the time I have.
You could do anything with the time you have, but I am glad that you have chosen this. I can only tell you so much. For the rest, you will need to listen. Listen to the trees, listen to the whispers that you've already heard. Listen to Yeltwood. She sees the old ways just as you will in time. I am patient just as you are. But if you promise to watch this place, I will promise to watch you.
Of course, I promise. I'll take care of it, and I'll take care of you.
Wonderful. Your friends are probably very worried about you. That's normal.
You're right. I should probably get back. The vision you showed me, is it of things that are going to happen, or?
I see through many eyes, many growths. The things I've shown you are things that have happened. Things that you may be able to undo. This place is relatively well kept, and she kind of looks around. This place was loved. Not the same cannot be said for all of me.
I see. Well, I promise wherever I go, I'll be sure to love you the way you deserve.
Thank you.
All right. I'll be listening then.
Of course. I know you have other things to do, but when you find the time, come back. I do have a little grove just across the stream that needs some tidying.
Oh boy, if I could blush with excitement, I would.
In the meantime, this vessel has opted to come for some reason, and she's doing an okay job, although she did better in life. I will see you soon.
I think she's doing great. I think we can do great work together. And yeah, I'll see you soon.
Alright. You scamper back up. Find the tree here. Place your hand through the crack. It is worth mentioning, Ilbo did pop out at some point and kind of looked around and stayed very close to you throughout this entire conversation.
Right.
And as she follows you back, you place your hand through. And those of you in the cave, after a minute or two, see Foster reemerge.
Oh, good, you're back. Do you have the rest of my rope?
Before he comes back, the second he's gone, Texas just looks to Kaz. He's like, he's dead. Again.
What do you mean with that?
It's just like bones through a wood chipper. Never stood a chance.
Poor guy.
We can probably go.
I don't know how much time passes between that and Foster reemerging, but I will try to like ghost sound through the tree again or whatever. I'll kind of like call out. I'm not going through there myself.
Yeah. You call
Danger.
out, you try to ghost sound, you are careful not to touch it the whole time.
I will try to like see if I can just like throw a rock or something through. If that
Sure.
works.
Touch it. He went through okay.
Why don't you go through it?
I don't think it likes me.
Do you go through?
No.
Okay, understand. You gather some rope. You try to toss a rock. The rock seems to just kind of... It nestles into the crack and then falls and rolls off to the ground. And then after about a minute and a half, maybe 2 minutes, as you're gathering up the rope and trying to cast ghost sounds through, Foster and Yieldwood suddenly reemerge.
Yeah, I imagine like as soon as ghost sound and throwing a rock through doesn't work, I kind of gather up the rope and I just kind of sit down and watch the tree and eat my jerky for a few minutes until he comes back.
Meanwhile, Narafi and Ruko have just been outside this whole time. What are you guys getting up to, if anything? Or you kind of just wait until they pop back out?
I have Ruko in a chokehold and I'm holding him underwater. No,
Wow.
we're like
No.
we're like hanging out.
Yeah.
So they've been quiet for a while. Just
Yeah, I'm kind of I'm convinced they're dead.
Yeah, I'd imagine like as if we can see out through the waterfall through our side, right?
Yes, yeah.
Okay, I imagine when Foster goes through and as part of like me trying to call through and stuff, I'll go back over to the waterfall and be like, the bone man is gone.
gone like
Well, this big tree appeared in here, and there was a big glowy crack in it. He tried to go through it, and he succeeded.
oh, okay.
Haven't seen him since. I'm going to hold out a bit though. See if he comes back.
Give it a good
Fortunately,
5
that damn
minutes.
weasel went through too, so it's probably mincemeat.
Oh. Did you try to go through?
Yeah,
What makes you think it's mincemeat?
because I tried to go through and it almost made mincemeat of me.
Huh. This raises more questions.
Assume that Foster comes up behind
Yeah,
us.
it's about this time that Foster pops out finally.
Fucking hell.
Yeah, you turn around, there's just a skeleton that's appeared behind you.
In the old mode.
In the elbow, yeah.
Foster, I'm very glad to see you again, but you got to be careful about sneaking up on people when
Uh,
you look like that. I'm not to be rude, but
Sorry, I'll get like bear bells or something. Uh, it was fine. I think your rope is severed forever now. Sorry about that.
it's okay. You'll buy me another.
I think I might have one actually, but yeah, I'll get you another one. It was I guess my patron. I don't know that that's the right word for it. We should probably get with the rest of us, with Ruko and Arafi.
All right. I have to go first. You'll have to push. I jump into the illusion.
Yeah. At first it's like
No,
bonk, and then you just keep
Bonk.
pressing and pressing and pressing, and
Winnie the Pooh for a little bit.
yeah, it's
Trigger a bunch of fetishes.
there are definitely a couple minutes where like, oh, I'm never getting out. I'm stuck in this cave forever. But finally, eventually, you're able to push and push and push. Again, not a painless experience, not enough to do like actual meaningful damage, but it is not a fun time for you.
Help him, Ruko.
When
Come
I
on,
get
Dex.
out, when I get out, I shake off and get everybody else wet.
Do I have any trouble getting back?
You have already disbelieved it. I will look and see if that eventually goes away, but I think because you've disbelieved it, you can just keep going through it.
Okay. Probably just takes a couple minutes like I did the first time.
Yep. Eventually, you guys are all able to reemerge. And at this point, Hopper kind of calls out, "Hey, I think something's wrong with Grandma."
No, 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 no.
Which grandma?
And as you come over here, you do see that the zombie has kind of just slumped onto the ground. Her eyes are closed, and she's got her hands kind of curled up under her head like she's sleeping.
Ruko will do the same.
Francesca, can you hear me?
You Francesca.
No response.
Francesca!
Still no response.
All right. Well, I'll take the head. You guys each grab a limb.
We're going to rebury this living zombie.
Yes.
If we could just... Well, she's not living anymore. I think she deanimated. Whatever was making her move. Saw fit to let her rest again.
Did you do something in that cave?
Yes, I met with the avatar or a facet of the old growth.
The hell's that?
This is a bit of a story.
Oh, I love story.
Mm-hmm.
So, I didn't always have magic. Well, I didn't have magic at all when I was alive, and I didn't have it when I woke up at first either, but... Well, I spent a long time alone in the grove, until one day I heard some whispers calling to me. And I followed them into the woods, and I found a pond. Kind of like the one we saw at the place that I can't remember the name of, Athenaeum.
Yeah.
And nothing really happened at first, but when I walked away, I had... I don't know, it's hard to call it a vision. It felt more like something was talking to me. And I saw the world, but it was at war, and it was burning and consuming, and it was encroaching on spaces it shouldn't. And I felt a force trying to fight back, I guess. But it was something old, very old, and confident, I guess. Like it knew no matter what happened, it would push through and survive. And then I saw wildflowers. They were blooming in the war-torn fields, and I saw castle walls that withstood siege, that torn apart by tree roots, and places like this, forgotten places, but the ivy and the jungles and the plants hadn't forgotten them. And I understood a name, the old growth. And I could tell when I woke up that it was with me. And ever since then, sometimes I hear the whispers, and well, this time I went through the tear in the tree, and an avatar of sorts, I guess. It had Francesca's form was in there, and it offered me a pact, it said, to take care of the places in the world like this.
Okay, I have to ask, can I publish this? This is
Of
fascinating.
course,
People want to hear
of
this.
course.
People will definitely want to hear this for sure. Okay, I gotta start writing. Give me a second.
Are we all listening to this?
Yeah, I intentionally gathered everybody up.
Oh, that's so kinky. I want to lure with my filthy 7.
We're about halfway. Well,
Oh yeah, I got 3 stacks of hero points.
you want to burn one?
Actually, yes.
Go for it.
3 stacks?
I never use hero points.
They do
Yeah.
reset to 1 at the start of each session.
Yeah.
Okay.
With that said,
Well,
we're halfway through. Everybody can take
we
a
don't have hero points. I got a natural 1 because it was funny.
Yeah,
So we should all have 2 now?
correct. Except for Ruko, who has 1.
Who used 1? Yeah.
Yep.
Oh, that's gross. I'm gonna use
I
another
also
one.
use one.
Just kidding. No, I won't do it.
I don't think you could, even if you wanted to. With that said, everything about his story is fascinating and intriguing, and it has very familiar auras to you. You've grown up surrounded by stories like these, of patrons whispering through the woods, of magic being granted, especially through familiars. None of the proper nouns that he used rung out to you. This doesn't sound like anything specific that you know of.
Those are filthy improper.
Yeah. Unless I would need to review everything that I've ever sent you. If I've sent you anything that rings up, Ruko knows about it, but I can't think of anything off the top of my head that I have.
Just brief out a character. Literally anything Foster makes me just reel and seethe in real life, but not as Ruko. And I'm having a weird time trying to differentiate.
Control your hormones,
Mission
Jaeger.
accomplished.
Right. Yeah, this entire character concept was so up your alley. I'm like, did they conspire on this?
How did you know?
I got real lucky, I guess.
Either way, as the rain starts to lighten up a little bit, you see a little bit of light kind of peeks through the gray cloud. Everything is still and quiet here. Francesca's zombie body is completely lifeless as far as you can tell. Not that it wasn't before, but...
Yeah, I'm gonna go find the tarp.
Yeah, easy enough.
There's any here?
There's some canvas that you can grab.
Yeah. I kind of gently roll her up, nice and narrow, and put her in the bag of holding.
Perfect.
We're
The
going to
entire
inter her.
Francesca?
Yeah, the entire Francesca.
No, Rafi, she wanted to speak to me though.
Yeah, but she's currently unable to.
Well, I can still try. Hold on.
Okay, you can speak up.
Hold on.
Hold up the rolled up Francesca.
She's got her feet in the bag of holding, wait!
And then it's so only her head sticks out. There, just hold up the bag.
Okay.
Oh,
Francesca,
good. Now she can breathe.
you spoke to me earlier. You wanted me to go to the garden. You said there were some beautiful foxgloves here. Does that jog your memory? He's hoping she wakes up.
She does not wake up. She does not respond. It seems that her corpse is fully deanimated. However, when you mention foxgloves, Foster, just a couple minutes ago, in that strange place where you were, the innermost ring of flowers surrounding the tree was all foxgloves.
Okay.
This entire patch. This big circle. All of that was Foxglove.
I had no vision of this entire scene.
Oh, shit. Oh, no.
It's okay, the stream can see it.
It's true. I think the stream also cut out in the middle of that conversation.
Yeah.
I have got to figure out what's up with my internet. It is driving me crazy. But again,
I think it's because your computer is 20 fucking years old. Right?
it might be.
It's at least 58 years old or something.
Something like that. Anyway,
Also got to do something with a
84
fan in the background.
is there a fan? Oh, it might be Jack, actually. She's having a little cough.
I don't hear anything.
No.
Yeah.
When you say Jack and
At
then
least it's just
she, it
me.
always hits me with a bamboozle.
I just hear something in the background to fix that.
Really?
Just fact.
Weird.
No,
I
don't
straight
hear
up,
anything.
I don't have a fan on right now.
Ghosts.
It's
They're
good.
ghosts.
Maybe you've just got his audio up real high and it's picking up.
It's just so
More
in
white
the
noise.
background, heavy breathing for at least 5 hours.
Maybe. I don't know. I don't have them that loud, but
That's maybe something.
Anyway,
You might have really good headset.
Maybe it's the Canadian ghost in your computer that also changes your clock all the time, trying to speak to you.
What about the ghost in your computer, Vilo, who just keeps typing "I love you"?
Oh, I figured out what that. I
was it a
figured out what that
clipboard
was.
thing?
Yeah, I figured out what that was. It was
What?
the keyboard I have has like macro controls on the side,
Gotcha.
and I guess I had like somehow, because you can like there's a button up top and you hit that and then you can like record a sequence of key presses or whatever,
Ah, I see.
and then like if you hit like control and then one of these buttons on the left side of the keyboard that's like G1 through G6, it can like map and then do one of those macro things that you did. And I guess that I hit that.
Managed to do this.
Well, because that button that like you record the macro is also right next to like the cap lock key and like the key that like turns on all the like RGB shit on my keyboard. So I guess I might have like hit that on accident and then typed out like "I love you, Pookie" or whatever, or like "I love you."
Yeah.
It's great, and then like
Right.
hit enter, and then like that recorded that as the macro, and then I found out that like every time that like I was accidentally hitting like the control and that G6 key at the same time, like when I put like a plate or something on my desk, it would like do that.
Right. That makes sense.
Yeah,
Really wholesome. It could have been worse.
I was
Yeah,
going to say,
there-
that is as wholesome as that story could have gone. Anyway,
definitely worse things I could have typed out to forever be stuck in my keyboard's haunted memory.
Right. Ruko, you beseech the body of Francesca, and it does not respond, although it does jog that memory for Foster.
Well, if you spoke to her ghost and she talked to you about the foxgloves, maybe you can find some around here and it's okay to take them.
Yeah.
There
Just had to
were
go to the garden.
foxgloves in the cave through the tree.
Oh. Do you think maybe she was
So-
talking about them?
I haven't seen foxgloves anywhere else around here, have I?
Not anywhere else in the garden.
I
think
would
maybe
You
you
expect
could-
me to pass through solid rock, then pass through a giant tree chasm.
If Hex and Kaz could do it.
You can do it, Ruko.
You look kind of like Ildwold.
He looks supremely skeptical, but then he immediately starts walking over there because he's actually enthusiastic about it.
Yeah, I lean over to Foster like, please go with him. I don't.
I'll
I
do it.
cannot follow.
He slaps the rock. I'm
All right.
assuming nothing happens when he slaps the rock.
Yeah, you slap the rock and your hand sticks. Give me an occultism check. If nature is better, you can do nature, but I don't think it is for you.
I stay behind with the hopper.
Oh
Who's
boy.
still writing everything down, I imagine.
Are you still holding cackles like that?
Yeah, he's been in my arms.
Okay,
One arm
I'm
the
a-
entire time.
I have a feeling that this is your daily reminder that taking expert in anything doesn't matter.
True, you're going to roll a 2. Or a 6.
Six.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't usually roll above 10.
Yeah. Except for...
You had two good
you had
rolls.
you had a nat 20 and a 19, and that was all of your
Yeah.
luck for the whole day.
Yeah.
Yeah, just hard, wet, cold rock. It does occur to you, the ghost is still back at the church. You could talk to her again and try to figure out what she meant, but nothing here.
The ghost at the church way back there?
Yeah, it's like an hour and a half walk. But, that's where you presumably have to take all these corpses anyway.
Well, since I'm here now, he's just going to intently focus on his hand and just vibe with the rock. and just chill. No matter how helpless it is, because this is his way of doing anything.
I love it. That's very Ruka. He just sits down and plants his hand on the rock and vibes.
Oh yeah, why
One
don't
day
you read
he'll
its
have an
vibes?
epiphany.
You've
I
been
could.
reading those
Who's-
grave vibes.
Who has touched this rock in the past?
Give me your thing. Post that thing. I
You
forget
see
how
us bumping into it.
Where's my thing? Ba-ba-da-ba. It's really fancy.
I mostly just forget if there's a check involved with it or if you just see it. There it is. Brush your hands over objects that pass through significant emotional resonance attached to them.
Which is why I was crying, you bastards! Don't make fun of me for crying!
Do you look for any emotion in particular, or do you just do a general reading? You could potentially get much more specific and useful results if you look for something in particular, but a general reading will get you just kind of vibes.
Alright, I'm looking for... When I place my hand on this rock, I imagine people... Number one, because I'm a little stressed right now, desperate, scared, they want to get in, they need safety, they're trying to find their way into here. Or, number two, he's trying to find the opposite, which would be curiosity, interest, intrigue,
I love that.
mysticism.
You focus at first at fear, at a need for safety, at people that are trying to use this as retreat. And you focus and focus, and you don't ever really find anything, except for like a few visions of like animals that are getting away from predators and momentarily hide behind the waterfall.
Oh, that squirrel is fucked.
Oh yeah. When you swap to the totally opposite direction of curiosity, of wonder, of intrigue, almost immediately you see a vision of a face. Let's see. If you're looking at you can explore it with a psychometric assessment action. Concentrating. Wonderful. It just happened. You see an image of a woman, a furbolg woman, wearing clothing the same color as yours, navy, a little bit of a lighter blue, markings that are similar but from a different family. And she has in her bright, doughy brown eyes just a look of fascination, of wonder. And on her shoulder, a little cardinal sits. And she says, "Here? Really?" And the cardinal kind of whistles a tune, and she walks through. And that is the end of your vision.
What a weird red chicken she had on her shoulder.
Cackles, come here. You are my best friend.
No, if he puts him down.
Kaizul, not Kaizul, what am I doing? Ruko, kind of cringing, puts an arm around this great little hyena. He's like, "You're my best friend." Oh, why are you still screaming?
He hushes, hesitant,
Okay,
stares at you with his little beady black eye.
that's a real good boy. Okay, good. He'll poke the rock. He thinks he needs a nice little animal friend or something. But I don't know. He's trying to interpret to get through this rock what he's got to do. Everybody seems to have familiars.
I mean, Cackles tried to go through earlier, so I don't know how this works for you, but I imagine you just pick Cackles up and try to go through, and he just like have you ever done that thing where you like pick up a cat and you like hold it up to a mirror, or like just like hold it up to a wall, and you see like when it puts its paws up to stop itself, or if it does it all. You do that with Cackles, and he just like smushes his face first into this and looks at you uncomfortably.
Yeah.
It's like, why are you doing that?
Okay, you're really cute, but I feel cruel. Here you go. Be free. X!
You...
X!
What?
Let me in!
Just walk through.
Kaz kind of comes out. He's like, yeah, it's really not that hot. Let's go
Oh,
and
it's
pick
so easy for you, huh?
go and pick up Cackle.
let me in.
Also, Magi, can you read this just for the sake of completion?
Let's see.
I'll show him the writing from inside. Just so we can finish up the poem.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
Pull it up. In, cheeky. Ever harmonious, we must.
It just says it out loud.
Useless crap.
Right. That didn't mean anything to me.
Well, should we get going?
Is there anything else here we can do? Aside from have Foster look at that seed?
Oh yeah, I can take a look at that.
Narafi hands you a small, little, woody... It almost just looks
I was
like
with
a wood
Ruko.
chip. It is kind of an ivory color, about the size of your thumb. Clearly hums with magic. You could give me a... your spellcasting check is nature, right?
It is. I'm int, so does that make it Arcana? Or occultism? Sorry, witch.
Double checking. I think it is based on what kind of witch you are, and I'm pretty sure it is nature for you because of your archetype.
Primal?
Let me go double
Yeah.
check. Because of primal.
Oh yeah, primal. Okay, if it's based on that, then yeah.
Yep.
They did change the way witches work. I'm not sure if you're...
Possibly, but we have not updated to the remaster yet. So yeah, give me a nature check.
Natura.
Ooh!
Hey, there it is.
That
This is perfect.
quite good. Where did I put this thing?
He's our seed guy.
Just give your seed to me.
Make it rain seed on it.
Being the seed guy meant something a lot different in high school.
What do people learn in high school?
Oh, mostly how to embrace their slut era.
It's a lot of different high sort of plans.
Love that for them, I guess.
Foster, as you are studying this thing, it is clear to you that it is a shard of something larger, something magical, something of tremendous power. Many of its properties are unclear from just the small shard, but many of its properties do become clear as you study it. You are able to tap into a lot of the fundamental things that make it tick. Its connection to the whole is very obvious to you. The first thing that is obvious to you is that it seems to draw memories and sympathetic energy. It is like a magnet or an anchor of some sort. And the second thing that becomes obvious to you, when you draw it out, there's a look in Tex's eye like he just wants to eat it for reasons that he cannot fathom.
Oh,
He's a cat. They just do that.
why doesn't Tex love me?
And I'm going to whisper you a thing on Telegram.
Got it.
Guys, Tex turned into a goo monster and now he hates me.
I always hated you.
But he hates
Damn.
me different.
It's a different kind of hate.
It was a fun hate, and now it's like an indifferent hate. And now it's like a neutral, kind of offensive hate. I'm like, but...
You'd rather the fun
Where
kind
are you
of hate.
getting that?
Why? I don't know.
I haven't treated you any differently.
Exactly.
It's been 2 hours.
You turn into a goo thingy and you kill people, and all of a sudden everything's normal. And
He turned into a goo thingy, and you weren't even the one he tried to attack. So settle the
Exactly.
settle the fuck down.
Pardoned,
Oh, are you getting?
and concerned.
Are you jealous that he tried to kill me and not you? Is
No,
that what this
just
boils down to?
confused.
He usually bites you, so it's probably a bit of a jealousy there.
With a 30, a couple more things that you notice. Its power seems to wax and wane over time, and it is growing stronger currently. And Secondly, it seems to have divine magic interlaced with it. It is mostly a primal function, but it is a combination of primal and divine magic. And that's what you get.
Okay, well, I'm having all these revelations. Is this conversation about Tex turning into goo and attacking everybody actually happening?
I imagine
Presumably.
yes.
Good to know.
He's not goo anymore, look, he says, while toweling Tex off because he's wet.
Yeah, I put on my jaw costume just to
Yeah.
keep up. Like I'm using it as a raincoat.
He's so unhappy in this rain.
I'm not sure what turned into goo means, but you look like you're feeling better. It's it attracts like memories and sympathy, but it's only like a sliver. It's part of something bigger.
Do you know what the bigger
it's a
part is?
fetish.
Do I know what the bigger part is?
I'm gonna say not immediately, but with continued study, you will learn it over the course of probably tonight or tomorrow. Specifically, as you start to study how it reacts and changes over time. So for now, no, but I will tell you in advance in case I forget. Actually, just remind me tonight to tell you a thing when your characters go to sleep.
Got it. Not right now, but I think I could figure it out. It seems to like grow and then wane in power, but it's growing right now.
Why would it be growing?
I think I lost you for a second there.
Oh, why would it be growing?
That's a good question. I'm sure I'll know more when I can figure out what it's a part of, but where did you find it?
On a zombie. Big zombie with a scythe that nearly killed Tex.
I'll hand it back to Ruko unless I need to hold on to it to study it, but
I think it's better that you hold on to it.
if you want, I'm happy to hold on to it.
Why you don't
You're the
trust me?
plant guy.
Do you want me to go in there and get you a foxglove clipping?
If you could.
Yeah, let me go find a pot somewhere so it doesn't die.
One that's very close to the path or wherever you were walking, just in case someone touched it.
And I will go, assuming that it's still, the tear is still open there. I guess
It
I
is.
should.
Hello again.
So you go back in, you walk through the tear, and you start to. What do you do when you get to the other side? Let me pull you over here. In here, for the record, you find that the zombie is still kind of working. Francesca is still active and doing things.
Cool. Just very briefly before, though, when he walks through the solid rock object, Ruko develops a new hatred for things that are solid and not permeable.
I trust you, Ruko.
I hate
just
solid
that he's-
objects.
I just think that Foster knows what to do with this more.
Right. Yeah, everyone always knows what to do with things, and it's not me.
You know lots of things.
Oh god, don't be such a baby. Here. Find the rest of this thing, and I'm going to temporarily hand Uruko the totem.
Okay.
Oh.
Let's walk through one thing at a time real quick. Foster, you step through the tree. What do you
Ruko
do?
dies.
Okay, I walk in with just like a pot I found somewhere in the garden filled up with soil. Is it okay if I take one of these foxgloves for one of my friends?
No, of course not. Change is the problem. The old growth must remain exactly as the old growth should be. Thank you for asking. I'm glad that you did. It is of absolutely imperative importance that the garden is how it must be. Everything in its place. And everything that does not have a place. And she kind of digs up a weed, tosses it aside. Gone.
Oh, I see.
But if you would like a foxglove, they grow all over the place. Just not these. These are important.
Do you know Ruko by chance? I know you're not actually Francesca, but
The last name, Dorikai, filters
Boy.
through the mind.
boy, oh boy, do you just say the name Ruko?
I think that's all I know
Understood.
him as.
Ruko, give me a D100.
Oh shit.
Rico dies. It's smoked.
Can he have vision in here? And
Yes.
everything just black.
Yeah, sorry, let me drop the camera in here.
Oh yeah, why not just drop my brother's name, huh?
Oh, it's beautiful.
Sorry for killing you immediately.
Wow, this place is so pretty. There's little leaves and flowers falling.
Do we lose Jaeger? Are you dead?
Killed him, IRL.
Wait, what?
Give me a D100.
Oh fuck!
You want high?
Right.
You're so funny. Wait, when I click on the dice set, there's just a little tree icon and it's a tiny cat. That's so cute. Hold on. Where's the actual D100 though?
I think down
Far
the
right.
bottom right. Or you can just type.
Oh, that one. There it is.
Far, yeah.
Look at my below 10. Oh wow! Below 50.
I have heard many names. That one does not ring any bells.
Oh, okay. Well, I'll go try to find a foxglove out there then.
Good luck.
Do you know where they tend to
Wow.
grow around here?
Certainly they do. I, out of character, don't know where foxgloves grow. Jaeger, do you know?
Yes, if I can think about it for a second.
Understood. Whatever it is, she happily tells you, go find a creek or a hill facing the sun, or whatever the right answer is, she tells you.
She tells you the right answer.
Yeah.
Let me open up Google real
Somewhere
quick.
they can
Yeah.
get full sun, apparently.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, so probably like the top of a hill, grassy meadow sort of place.
Okay. Thank you. And I will leave.
Foster eventually comes back out empty-handed.
Okay, so they're not too big on me taking flowers from inside these little pockets. However, I'll hand over an empty pot full of dirt. This is a promise. I'll find you a foxglove.
Okay. I got a jar of dirt. You guys don't have one.
I'm so happy for you.
Better be.
All right.
I'll keep an eye out while we're traveling. Somewhere where it gets a lot of sun would be a good spot to look.
What do you need a foxglove for?
Further sunlight.
Is a foxglove a poison or something?
It can be.
Okay.
But typically not.
By this point, the rain...
foxes would wear gloves. I figured it'd be more like a sock situation.
Fox sock?
Fox. You've heard about the story about the fox and socks, right?
No.
No?
Sounds
Tell
kinda
it.
gay.
I don't remember anything about it.
We have a long way to walk. We might.
Story.
Is the sun out?
Yes, at this point, the rain has cleared up. The sun is starting to get a little low. It's kind of late afternoon, getting orangish, almost evening.
I go and take off my cloak and I find a nice sunny spot and I lay down.
Wonderful.
Nap.
Perfect. With the sun out, it's kind of nice here. It has just sort of you can start to smell the flowers. It smells like a garden. It smells real nice. What is the plan?
Well, we're gonna throw Grandma in a hole and rebury her.
We have to inter her, and we have to inter the other bodies that in the necrotic area.
And Ruko's gonna loiter around the rest of the garden looking at every goddamn plant, feeling like he missed something.
There is kind of a nagging feeling that, maybe there was something here. But
There sure was.
part of me...
And he's used to foregoing that feeling.
Right.
Before we go,
Part of
though,
me-
there are rooms that haven't been checked in here yet.
That is true. And also, exactly like you said, I feel like this is a feeling that is not unfamiliar to Ruko. There's always been kind of that nagging idea that, like, there's got to be something more. There's got to be something more. But it's not here, or at least you haven't seen it yet.
That's called disappointment. It comes with growing older.
Well, I'm growing, feeling more disappointed.
Good.
Looking at the garden shed.
Give me a perception check as you carefully study the garden shed.
Oh, yeah.
Uh-huh.
Oh, really? I'm gonna go and touch this garden shear. I'm gonna try to find the most worn out, sad-looking garden shear I've ever seen. I'm gonna touch it, and I'm gonna try to find out everything about this depressed-ass gardener that used to tend this garden for 50 years.
Good luck. Believe me.
I just want to know things. Little rocks that were really annoying for 2 years before he decided to finally dig it up one summer afternoon. Everything. Little itty bits. Whatever I want to know. Most of it's going to be completely useless.
Alright, as you do this extremely thorough search, it sounds like you're also getting object reading involved. Perfect. Give me a perception check.
Go get that.
Oh my god, those doors are so
They're so loud.
Help.
Oh my god, Ruko's back. There's the 20.
Oh,
Oh, Ruko.
that's finally when it doesn't matter. Here we go. My
You
delicious
say-
off-content 20s.
You say that. You look and look and look, and this feeling of disappointment of like, there's got to be something more. I'm clearly missing something. Where is it? It just grows and grows. The shed has just normal gardening shit in it.
But
This
the
storage
garden
area
shed has touched everything in the garden.
is gardening shit. There's a wash basin, which is just normal. But all of it seems to point you to these brief, fleeting visions of Francesca at various ages throughout her life. And in all of those visions, she's carrying that little garden rake. And it nags at you. It nags at you over and over and over. Until eventually you go back over to the rake. With her body having been stuffed in a bag of holding, the rake left behind. And you look at the base of it. And the I don't know what the word is, the bottom of it, there's like the metal bit, the cap at the end of it, the butt of it, pulls out. And as you pull it out, it is a iron, or specifically a cold iron sprig that looks like foxglove, just like the one that was mailed to you. It is identical to the one that you have.
Holy. What? I'm gonna steal it.
You may certainly steal it if you would like.
I'm gonna put it in my pocket and fight anyone who looks at me. Oh my goodness. Whoa. Where did it go?
Yeah, I think it's in your inventory. It says you took it.
There we go, now it's my special backpack.
Perfect.
Wait, now I have 2 cold iron foxgloves.
You did. And it is very noteworthy to you that this seems to be identical to the one that was mailed to you, a gift from Asha, apparently.
What? It's got little bells.
Yeah, so it's this little sprig, made from metal to resemble a sprig of foxglove, and the bells of the flower jingle like bells.
I didn't know there was multiple. Oh yeah, Ruko looks so suspicious, but he's finally not sad, so that's an improvement.
You look less pent up, boy. Find something you like.
I looted the corpse.
Good for you.
A very nice one.
Nothing good?
Good, I didn't want to have to cheer you up.
Oh, yes. And it's like the Titanic slowly merging with an iceberg when he looks at Tex. Cheer me up, huh? Okay. Yeah. He'll look at Narafi and he'll He just looks anxious actually because he doesn't know how to say it, and it's really annoying.
It's okay. You don't actually have to say anything.
Oh, right.
Are you ready to go?
I totally forgot. As you guys start to walk off, presumably towards the temple, did you give Ruko the totem piece?
Oh,
I
Oh
was,
yeah, it's dead.
I was going to, but now he's happy, so I guess I don't have to.
He did that earlier.
You follow your heart.
no! I wanna touch it. I'm gonna touch it eventually. I need a literally
Are you-
any,
Can you
any
find out-
3
Check
seconds.
with
Can you
Any
find
next
out? Can you
3
find out where
seconds
the
we're
rest of
on.
it is?
The totem?
Yeah.
Is it broken? Do
Yes.
I see it?
Yeah, he holds out this.
Only a third of it.
It looks like the head of a tiger, but it's clearly broken from about the neck down.
Popcorn.
Oh jeez. Well, Ruku's assumption is that if he does psychometric resonance with it, he can maybe figure out when it was whole and maybe when it was partial and what experiences happened with it. I don't know. He's just long shot. Dangerous magic. Touch cursed artifact. Let's go.
All right. You take a moment to focus on this. You do your psychometric assessment. You learn the emotions attached to it. Overwhelmingly, the core emotion that is tied to this totem, by a huge margin, is wrath. It's anger. It is righteous fury. It is indignant need for violent vengeance. And when I say that that's the predominant emotion that's associated with it, it's not like, oh, there was a dude who was really mad that was holding this totem. When you read the emotions of this totem, it seems to be a totem that is built on sympathetic energy, and all of that sympathetic energy is wrath. This is a conduit for the magical power of a tremendous amount of wrath, probably gathered from thousands and thousands of people. This is a symbol of the anger of a people. Or at least part of it. There is presumably more somewhere else out there because it is broken off. However, give me an occultism check.
Oh boy. Ruko's face is making expressions you've never seen before. Shock, horror, etc.
Wonderful.
Please use your hero point.
Please.
Can I give you my hero point?
I'll let you give
I will
your
use
hero
it
point.
because, God. Thank
Oh,
fuck!
bless you. Bless you, sweet child.
Oh, Rico. Oh, I'm so glad. As you dig deep, the first thing, as you dig deeper, you start to see not just fleeting feelings of these emotions, but visions, including the vision that we opened this episode with. You and Narafi have now both seen that scene. And frankly, others like it. Just hundreds and hundreds of scenes of people who are so violently mad. And a common thread through all of them is it is a fixie, and they are mad at the Cyrillin. That is an underlying thread in all of these. However, as you are stumbling with remarkable clarity through all of these emotions, you find one that is out of place. You find one tiny little mote of sadness. And it would be easy to miss in the sea of anger that constitutes this thing, except that it is one of the most recent emotions that was imbued into this object, an echo, a footprint that was left recently. We Oh boy. Let me see if I have a map for this. I don't know if I had this one ready yet. Let's see. Do I? Let's see.
Ruko looks different when he's touching this thing. It's not that timid, weird-ass nerd. He's like tilting his head. He's like doing, I don't know, he seems different. He's reading things.
Okay, what do we got? Black screen?
Oh, yeah, black screen.
Perfect. That's fine. That's fine.
Is it?
And some creepy music.
I keep forgetting to click the enable music thing. Thank you for reminding me.
Oh, you're welcome.
Damn shame I've missed out on the first 3 hours of it.
Honestly, there hasn't
so
been
much
a whole
daintiness.
lot going.
The Foster music are always so dainty.
Wait,
Lovely.
there's totally one more person here, isn't there?
And Ruko straightens up, and he looks more angry.
It's that
Oh
guy.
shit!
He looks
Yeah.
more like his brother. And he's kind of hot, which is just completely incongruous with his entire being.
This man tried to kill you.
He is kind of hot.
This
Amazing.
tiny token immediately makes him look hot to you guys.
Yeah, the twink is really hot.
Fucking incredible.
Mostly the glowy eyes for me.
Oh, that tracks. That makes a lot of sense for you.
What do you
That's
mean?
it.
I don't know, it just feels on brand for you.
What do you mean?
It's the eyes and the outfit both help.
Does he have bare legs?
What? No. There are pants on there.
Okay.
Yeah.
White pants.
White pants.
White.
Skin tight.
This man is wearing white pants after Labor Day.
You wear skin tight little.
It's always after Labor Day.
True. Sorry, I have to pull a bunch of people over here that I was not expecting yet, so let me pull them in.
Oh. Okay.
Here's one.
He wears bulge accentuating latex to spite God.
Let's see. We need a handful of these. Definitely need one of these. Okay, names.
Wait, Lenus' last name is Remus?
It
Wow.
sure is.
They're not even the same race. Are
That's-
they adopted?
What a great question.
Nephew?
Huh. Anyways, I don't know any of this is happening or see any of it, so this is terrible for me.
You, Cyril.
Ruko just kind of does that's so Raven distant look. Oh boy, it's her.
Hey bitch, I gotta kill you later.
Maybe don't
And
mess up with this.
him.
Oh, it might be too late. It's fine. It's fine. You get, yeah, I forgot names are attached to these. That's okay. You're getting a memory. You would probably get it anyway.
Judica. Are these all Bountiful Boyfriend references?
They might be. Several of
In
them.
the end, everything in this campaign is just pigeons that are horny.
Okay, is Wittershins a Huddleful thing? Because
The
I
fucking-
thought Wittershins was like a Discworld.
Oh, the
Judica
fucking
is-
Judica, yeah.
Judica is.
Yeah, and I know that I figured
Yeah.
I know the Judica was, but I was confused about the Wittershins because that's like a
Hmm.
shit. It's Wittershins, and the opposite direction is oh god, Biscuit's gonna roast me for this.
Can someone clarify, like, Hateful Boyfriend? It's just Hateful Boyfriend, but Japanese
Yeah.
flavored, right?
It's hateful
Why?
boyfriends. All
It's
the
hard- it's
boyfriends
actually-
are pigeons.
It's hurtful boyfriend.
Why?
Hurtful. Hurtful.
Okay. With a natural 20, as you deep dive, the emotion that you get is radiating from a figure that you've never seen before, but whose name you feel as you do your psychometric assessment. Edelweiss. And the emotion is grief. It is sadness. It is regret, a hint of anger, but it is mostly sadness. More than anything else, it is sadness. The queen, who is probably really on a throne back here, she wouldn't get this close to the peasant. We have given you enough time. It is now, or we will have your head. Which? Remus looks down at Weiss. Can you do it? And Weiss looks down in their hands at 3 wooden totems. One of which is a tiger, one of which is a panda, and one of which is a third animal that I've forgotten, and I'll tell you later.
Elephant.
Elephant, thank you. I can try. I can do it. I just don't know if it'll work. Lucian looks down. If it doesn't... Oh, that wouldn't be good, sir. That wouldn't be good at all. That would hurt quite a lot. We will come with you to make sure. We are running out of time. Sir, do you really think that... Just a little more time? No, the queen calls from the throne. We've waited long enough. Do it. Go. Enrico, you pull out of your vision.
Boy. He just sits in silence now, looking down at this thing with like shock. He's still processing everything. He did meet the badger, though, right?
You met the badger yet? I don't know if you know the name. I don't know. There's a lot to connect here.
Who was there and Weiss introduced themselves?
Oh, true.
That's
Then
why.
yes,
Yeah.
yes, you recognize
did.
the name. Then yes.
We're still,
This.
They introduced themselves, and then Tex got very angry.
yeah.
Stormed
Still
off.
preoccupied with popcorn, though.
Popcorn's the actual main character of this campaign.
The rest of you just see that Ruko focuses on this object for about 15 or 20 seconds, has a flood of psychometric visions, and then their eyes open back up.
And he just seems different afterwards. He's like... He's not crying this time, at least.
It's an improvement.
He just looks at Tex.
Tex wakes up. So, did you find it?
Find what?
The rest of the totem.
He looks you over and he's just...
Yeah, it was a long shot until the magic hand will come out to go and take the totem back.
He holds it.
So,
Grips it.
Yep.
What are you doing?
What are you doing with this? Do you even know?
Yes.
Really?
What did you see?
I saw such hate. You have this passive, dismissive exterior, sure, but hatred like this. Why do you want it? Why does anyone want it? It's cruel.
Give me the totem.
He gives you this sharp look that he doesn't usually dare to do. He looks at you, and he's just... What does your friend want with it? Why? The badger, as he is now. I saw him. He was speaking with the wolf. Lucien.
That's what I'd like to know.
He looks pained and very reluctant to give it up, but he'll get up. He'll go up next to you. Thanks. I hope you know what you're doing with this.
Of course I do.
Everything within me screams not to give this back to you. But maybe I'm foolish. And he'll set it next to you, giving it back.
Put it back into his backpack.
Here's my mistake. Thanks. Please don't let me regret it. He just clenches his teeth and watches.
Why do you care?
It hurt me to touch it. The hatred within that object is profound. And you're a cynical bastard. He cocks like a forceful side smile, but it's genuine. I don't know what would happen if you were more angry. You know.
What's inside that totem is all that I've ever known. It's all I was made for.
Yet you said there was multiple. No?
So you understand that what you felt is barely a fraction of what I was made for.
Do you know? Hello?
What?
Oh, did you say something? I don't think we heard something.
I'm sorry. Rick just said, like, do you know what you were made for? This is a fraction of one. There's multiple.
Yes. I was made to destroy. That's what I'm going to do.
There's a 50-50 split in Ruko's face when he's like, useful, but oh fuck. Destroy what? Like wildfire. It burns so things can regrow. You come back and burn. Or like the scarred lands. Things are haunted and destroyed for eternity.
You felt it. You decide.
That's the problem. It's a fraction of a totem. One filled with hate. This thing is to destroy permanent, endless. I need to know the full picture. It frightens me to give it back to you. And I only do because, one, I want to see how this bad mistake comes to play, but hoping that honestly it will come together eventually. Like you. Hopefully. Some good behind the constant bitching. He tries to play his normal thing. Where you complain about dinner every goddamn night. You know, this and that, and fish wasn't big enough, or I didn't cook it right. But there's still appreciation. You still eat it, right? This totem felt like pure hate. You'd burn it and go starving for no reason. I hope we find the other pieces that bring things together. I'm sorry, when I have these visions, I just get deep and oh, it's an experience. I apologize.
That's all. You didn't see the others. Don't know where they went, who had them next.
I could perhaps try again later, but in this one I saw Lucian, the Queen. Some very colorful, feathered being. She looks so dignified and proud of herself. An elephant, a panda, like the ones you spoke of. They weren't totems, they were people.
To clarify, you saw 3 totems. There was a tiger totem, an elephant totem, and a panda totem.
Those were totems, not people?
She, Edelweiss was hiding or holding those totems. But there were also people all around in that room standing next to all of them.
One
And
of
they
them
match.
had
One of
to
them-
be an elephant.
One of them was an elephant, a loxodon, yeah.
Wow, how confusing. They were all holding totems in that room together?
Edelweiss
No.
was holding all 3 of the totems.
He was holding all 3,
Correct.
Yeah. They're small.
and
They're
they were whole.
Correct.
The whole tiger.
Correct.
I relay that he had been holding all 3. There was an elephant, a panda, question mark, and
Yep.
a winged motherfucker, and a queen, and a giant terrible wolf. Lucian Remus. Your old friend had some dealings with exactly the wrong kind of people.
I'm aware.
He had respect for the spirit weavers. Yet he apparently had no regard for them. He went to the enemy. He says that with sadness, though, even though he's a bit bitter about it. Not like he's trying to put you on any side or anything. He's just, why would he go to them instead of people that Ruko thinks could actually help? Maybe.
I have questions for Weiss. And I think I know how to get the answers. But I need to wait for the detective to get back anyways, so might as well kill some time here.
The detectives.
Stumpy.
No, that guy. He got so mad when I did his card reading. He didn't look mad, but he was mad. I could tell. What a weird dude. Kinda cool.
The sun continues to dip down. It's starting to get towards about dinner time. What's the plan? Do you guys head out now?
Well, gotta throw Grandma in a hole.
Yeah, might as well just
All right.
Oh,
this
if
is
they've
in their
been,
this
yeah,
is
if
in
they've
their
just been
wheelhouse.
back there, yeah, Dorothy would have gone ahead. Like, okay, you're doing something that's safe here. I'm gonna go ahead.
Understand. You are the first. You have the bag of holding, right?
Yep.
I'll
Okay.
tag along with Rafi.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Then Kaz and Narafi, you guys are the first to arrive back at the graveyard.
Need to collect the other bodies as well. I think.
Easy enough. That one is just a short walk away. You're able to kind of gather up all of the bodies here.
As we approach the graveyard, Cackles dresses himself back up in the jaw outfit.
Perfect. Amazing.
It seems fitting.
Yes, absolutely.
Oh, sweet potato.
Hey, Tags, can we just, like, chill one night? Just have dinner like old times and glare at each other.
How romantic.
Right.
Whatever you want, baby.
Excellent. We just gotta talk about Edelweiss.
You guys have like a good 15-20 minute head start before they get. If there's anything you'd like to do, or do you just kind of like start looking for their graves and putting the bodies back in?
Yeah, if
Probably
we can
just that.
identify them, probably just that.
Easy enough. It's a little
Leaving
time consuming.
Francesca for the end last.
You do find that all of them were kind of over in this section that was dedicated to, more prominent adventurers rather than just villagers throughout the campus. And you're able to identify each of them by name and also by some of the descriptions about. I think the ghost of Francesca would probably just come out and help you with this.
Yeah, just point them out.
Yeah, so shortly after you guys arrive, where'd she go? Where's Miss Francesca's ghost? No.
Basement. Oh wait, no, she went even lower still.
Either way, she eventually emerges. Says, "Oh,
You're back.
Oh, that's my body.
Yeah, he takes it out.
I hope it didn't give you any trouble.
Oh no, she
No.
was very nice.
What was she doing?
Gardening.
That makes a lot of sense."
No, she was just hoeing.
Wow.
In the garden.
Thank you for doing this. This was an unusual dream, to be sure. I would like to wake up now.
Would you like to stick around a little bit longer before Finn and Darwin come along?
Are they going to come?
They've been told about you. They might want to say goodbye one last time.
That? I suppose I can wait for a little while. Yes.
Just nods. He does prepare the graves though.
Okay, perfect.
Yeah. Kaz will help dig a nice, comfortable hole. And as he does, he's kind of like actually getting into it. That sounds weird.
Yeah, it does. What does that mean?
Yeah, get to that hole.
Like he's putting a real effort into like digging a nice grave and making
Okay.
sure that it's like there's a good spot for it, and he's kind of like actually consulting her spirit since she's sitting right there. He's like, "Is this it? Big enough? Do you need a is there like
You want
flowers?
some flowers in?
Yeah, something we should say afterward.
Oh,
It's been a while since I've been to a funeral, but I want to make sure that we get this right."
that's very kind. In truth, as long as the body is protected, I don't give a shit. I won't really need it, as long as it is here. But the proper rites will help me wake up more smoothly if you know them. My area of expertise was not religion, or spirits for that matter.
I can do a religion check, I suppose.
Yeah, you would know that a religion would help you understand that. Anybody who specifically deals in spirits would probably have a good insight on that. Give me a religion
Oh,
check.
like haunts, I can also do esoteric lore.
Yeah, that would work too. Haunts would work for sure. Very applicable.
Here you go, without any penalties?
You have a wonderful idea of what to do here. Basically, put the bodies to rest, make sure they're protected. There is like a 20 or 30 minute ritual to send them back up. The ritual will have a much higher likelihood of working if you have either solved a problem that was vexing them, which you have by destroying that obelisk, or by presenting something that was like of sympathetic value to them, something that makes them feel safe and secure and comfortable, something that was like emotionally important to them.
Well, that's kind of what we were asking. Would you like us to bring some cuttings from the garden, or
Cuttings would be good, paintings, anything like that. But in truth,
Oh, okay.
I think you've all done quite enough just by returning my body and destroying that awful thing in the basement.
Is Foster with us? I just realized.
After about... Oh yeah, Foster, if you wanted to come with this group while Tex and Ruko stayed behind, you totally could have. And if not...
I was probably a couple minutes behind because I want to stop and try to look for Foxglove along the way. I wanted to see the map, so I dragged myself on here.
Love it, love it, love it. Yeah, give me a survival check. Or nature, either one is appropriate.
And actually, can I look for 2 plants?
Sure.
I want to try to find Foxglove and I want to try to find catnip.
Love it, yeah.
Gonna get me high.
Yeah.
Yes.
Easy peasy.
Gonna chill the fuck out.
You find a really, really nice meadow on the way down that has both foxglove and catnip, and you're able to get like some really nice clippings from each.
Okay, perfect.
And then eventually you arrive about the time that they get the first like 3 or 4 of these bodies buried.
Whoa, bro, we're burying corpses. You bought the foxnip? Damn.
Oh,
Guess
Foster,
we'd get
this is
crazy in
Francesca.
here. Oh, yeah.
did you guys know that catnip works on hyenas too, apparently?
I'd buy that.
Oh, okay.
Works on all kinds of things.
Giggle,
Work.
kitty, confirm.
Look, there's an undead too. Place is crawling with them. He's not with them, is he?
No, it's with us.
Good, good.
He was friends with your body.
Friends with my body.
Oh yes.
What does that mean?
They were both taking good care of the god. Wow.
Thank you.
Should we leave you two alone?
For what?
Just reacquainting yourselves with each other.
I've been told I'm quite spirited.
Ah!
I get it.
After 3 or 4 minutes of this, eventually, Tex and Ruko, if you are making your way down here, you arrive. I don't know what your plans are. If you guys are just like...
I would just fuck off.
Understood.
Go start her own adventure.
After 15 or 20 more minutes, you've got the last couple of bodies buried, sealed up. That timeline is way too fast. I kind of am so used to everybody having mold earth and magic. If you guys are just using shovels, this probably takes like...
Well, here's the thing. The graves are already dug.
That's true.
Right.
We're
dumping the bodies and covering it back up.
Yeah.
It's probably still, like, filling 5
still a while,
human-sized
though.
holes. That's probably
Yeah.
2 hours of work.
Even with 2 people.
Right. The sun eventually sets. It is starting to get dark out. You know that you should probably get back to camp pretty soon.
Well, I'm waiting to see if Finn Darwin arrive.
It is a little late. It is probably something in the ballpark of 8 or 9 o'clock. But eventually, you do see torches, or I should say lanterns, rather, as a small group approaches. And you see that Finn, Darwin, and Bill are walking into the cemetery. Let me fix these lights real quick.
And Kaz and I have the shovels, and we're just kind of... The body's in the hole, and, we just haven't buried it yet. And we're just kind of waiting. Oh, it's so dark.
So dark. Hang on. Let me make a nice, pretty night.
The body's in the hole, but Narafi and I are sharing a drink, and we're all 3 of us, including the ghost, are playing cards.
That really good
that.
wine.
Body's in the hole.
All right.
How does Cackles keep winning this game? Are you cheating?
And Bill. Where's Bill? There he is.
Hey, Tex, I know you're going to think this is stupid, but I do want the best for you. I don't know why, but I do. Now insult me.
You do understand that your people are my natural enemy, right?
Why?
Because your people put people like me to sleep, which is a very nice way of saying that you kill us.
Hugo looks like he has the intention of making a reasonable and witty response, but he's thinking too much and he just stays quiet.
Bill.
More
Wildfolk?
questions.
Bill crests the hill, sees the ghost of Francesca. Francesca, you old bitch, what are you doing here? Oh! Bill, Grim, you look hideous. Well done. Darbin, Finn. Hello, Miss Francesca. It's, nice to see you, I guess, although I'm sorry for disturbing your sleep. It's not actually our doing. What's... And Finn and Darbin kind of look around and see a bunch of the other graves still dug up. What happened here?
Oh, good. People who get along.
They were brought back up. We took them back down, but we haven't buried them yet. They're over there near the apothecary. Necrothecary.
Brought back up by what?
There was an obelisk. You'll see its remains in the basement.
Yeah. They will go with you if you're willing to show them and kind of check all that out. And they get down. They check out the obelisk. Oh, that's not good. Huh.
How did that get here? He asks.
Fuck if I know. It's not our doing.
It makes sense to see these in Unma.
You know what
This
these
far?
are?
Yes.
What is it?
How do I describe them? The tendrils of the desolate king.
What, like the necromancer?
Yeah.
From like 400 years ago?
I know. Long gone.
Yeah, I thought...
What's this doing here?
Kill him in the Golden War or something like that.
Well.
Necromancers don't tend to stay dead. That's kind of their whole deal.
Yeah. Point.
But to wait this long, you say 400 years?
Something like that. Yeah, history is not my strong suit, but... I mean, we've read about it.
Either somebody is using his artifacts, or he is risen once more.
Or they're just using his name.
Or just his name. Though we've not really heard the name, just seen the effects.
Why all the way out here, though? Surely there are more undead to manipulate out in the deserts.
In Pokakulua, no less.
Yeah, that's,
That's not a sanctified place anymore. That's just an empty house.
Certainly. I'm sure he's pissed. We'll have to get that fixed. Francesca, I'm sure you're eager to get back. We can send you whenever you're ready.
Also, this guy, he holds up a head.
Oh, God. Gregor, oh, Lord.
Gregor?
I think that was Gregor. I forget the names of all the dudes you got.
No, this is the guy, the Uni Jackal.
Oh, gross. Is that...
This might be the culprit.
That's the necromancer.
The one who brought these up, yeah.
Ugh. Well, suppose we should hold on to that for questioning. You said the necrothecary is back up and working.
It looks like it. The magical area. My God, they're so good at dancing. Sorry, I was distracted.
Bill will walk over and look at that. May I?
He just hands over the head.
Good, wonderful. I will get talking to this right away. And he literally just starts to walk off.
Yeah, the lab is working, so
Francesca,
The body
fine.
was burned up, but okay with it.
Prince-
I'll go with it.
Yeah, Francesca's like, bye, Bill. All right, bye, Francesca. Sorry, I can't see you off. I just have so many other things.
What a nice
So-
reunion.
You and her, huh?
What? Oh, gods, no. No. Oh, she was nice. No, but kind of a hippie.
I mean enemies.
Enemies? Oh, heavens, no. We work together sometimes.
Ah, rivals.
I don't even know if that's the right word for it. She just did her thing, and I did mine.
What other relationships are there?
Yes, of course, you're right. Friends, rivals, and enemies. The only 3 relationship statuses.
And co-workers.
And co-work. Well, and then that one. It would be that one for sure.
All right. That's the most accurate one. Okay.
Yes, of
And
course.
the only types of Jane.
I love Dorothy so much.
Right, he's so good.
This is your best character, Risk.
I don't know what I'm doing.
Whatever you're doing is working real
I'll
well.
keep it up, thank you.
Ruko, you cannot help but notice that Finn has noticed that there is a hole under the tree, and he looks extremely upset.
Things have changed. Ruko's
I'm
gonna
not gonna give you a
go.
child.
Did you guys kill, like, a bunch of zombies?
Ruko's gonna go talk to Finn before he can get spicy. Under the tree, right where we found the bag of the bones.
Alright, yeah, he kind of gets the vibe that you're... Please tell me that thing wasn't animated.
I'll give you that. It was not.
Where is it?
But he'll extend an arm. I assume it's still kind of cloudy, sort of a bit rainy, overcast.
A little bit. The clouds have kind of cleared up, but it's partly clouded. You can see a bit of the moon peeking out.
Gestures towards the sky and the wet ground and the clear undead tracks everywhere. And he'll go into his bag. And he'll very carefully just pull out a bag with like a reverence to it. The same bag that probably Finn recognizes that Ruko was afraid to present to him directly.
Mhm.
Here, Finn, it was raining and there was undead. It just felt like I needed a safer place. I know you probably don't want to see it. Here.
Without blinking, keeping his face as cold and as distant and as detached as he can, he reaches out. His hands are shaking. He takes it. He walks over and climbs down it. And very carefully just sets it down. He reaches up and grabs a couple fistfuls of dirt and plants them over it. And then he just kind of drops to his knees and sits for a while.
Ruko kind of reconnects with what he had seen earlier with that psychometric reading. Seeing them back then, looking over this grave in mourning, and then seeing Finn again have to come back at the exhumed grave that he didn't want to have exhumed, and it all kind of comes back. Ruko just kind of goes down to his knees as well and just waits, and he's a little teary-eyed too. He's embarrassed about it though, because he's not supposed to know these things, but it still kind of hurts. He's patient. He'll just wait for Finn.
He eventually kind of takes a deep breath, and he stands up. Thanks. Her name would have been Palela.
Ayla Tempo.
Yeah. I don't really have a lot of qualms with necromancy. Objectively, rationally, using my brain. But it is a vile thing to do.
It is. And this was the place of your guild. And those you've known. It hurts me even. I have no right to it, but it's wrong. It's cruel.
I, in truth, never really loved the guild. I loved Darwin, and so I loved the guild, but this was a place of family, and that is a line that I'm not. When Bill finds out who that man was, I'm going to go on a trip.
Damn right, you better. The line's crossed.
You are, Thanks. No, this isn't what I'm good at. Thanks. I appreciate it.
Wait, Finn.
Yeah.
Ruko has this look. He kind of sat back down into this filthy ground, honestly, near the grave. It seems a bit uncomfortable, but the look on his face kind of tells you, like, he's dealing with something. He's gonna talk about it. And he has no right to. He's this newbie. He's this new guy. But for whatever reason, that from Finn's perspective, maybe he just doesn't, like, it actually looks hurt about this graveyard, even though he's, like, just arrived here a few days ago. It's weird. But Ruko's insisting that, like, Finn, can you wait for just a second?
Yeah.
Look, I don't know, I've always had this sense I can feel things, touch things, and feel this essence behind them, but it's become stronger recently, and in this place, there's just so much loss. And to see it defiled in this way, it's I'm surprised you're not going off on a rampage right now. You have every right to. There's this rage that I could feel latent within anyone in the guild, and to defile a place like this, it's... Sorry. I have no right to speak on this, but...
You're not wrong. I have enough of my shit put together to understand that I have very little of my shit put together, but I have learned one thing, and it is sometimes you have to choose between doing what feels good and what actually gets you what you want. And it would feel real good to go put my knife through a bunch of people's throats. But that's not what I actually want. So I am being patient. And this made it a little harder. But I will continue to be patient. I am sure, and he gives you a look. You have figured out that this is not just about putting a guild back together.
He looks down at the grave, and when he looks back, he almost looks guilty about it, like he's looking upon something he shouldn't. kind of ponders for a second and then he looks back up to Finn. Like, I've felt things and seen things. I know I shouldn't, but I'm sorry. The world is just so cruel. And I know you hate it. But forgive me. And I shouldn't know these things. It just hurts. I feel for you. And it feels wrong to bring you this, but I have to protect it. It's tiny bones. They can't be left out alone. Bring it back to her father. As painful as it is, it had to be done. I'm glad you could be here to put it back.
You watch as the mask cracks a bit. You watch as he finally allows himself to get teary-eyed. And it is at the mention of the world being cruel that he finally slips. And he sits down, and he kind of just looks into the hole with you for a while. And eventually Darwin comes over too. And he doesn't say anything. He doesn't need to. He knows what this place is. This is his story too. And he just kind of comes over, and he sits behind him, and he wraps his arms around him. And he looks over to you a couple of times without saying anything, but with an expression that says, "Whatever you did, thank you." And eventually he kind of just like puts an arm around him and pulls him onto his back so they're looking up at the sky instead of down into the earth. And that goes on for a while, until eventually there's a little bit of a blue glow as the ghost of Francesca drifts over. And she looks to you and to Finn and to Darwin with a smile on her face and bags under her eyes. She's beautiful. She can't wait to meet you.
Ruko takes off his glasses and wipes his eyes. He
I
has no right to fuck.
should probably wake up so I can see her. She'll worry if I'm not there. And Darwin kind of looks over his shoulder. Thank you. I will be there soon. And she looks back up to you. Take your time. Time is different up there. She can wait. It's probably harder for you than for her. Now come on. I don't want to stay up here all night. And she starts to drift back over to her own grave.
You know, this might be far-fetched, but I'll be so happy when you guys meet there. I wish I had somebody in the afterlife to go to. Parents that would love me like you two do.
You see a complex number of things happen. Finn, all at once, the pieces fall into place, and you see the realization hit him. Darwin skips all of those steps completely and just goes straight into picking you up and giving you a hug. You don't need to be eager to be rushing off to that. Find some family here. Come on. He literally, throws you over his shoulder and starts to carry you.
Ruko just clenches his jaw and cries without making noises. It's just tears.
Finn, kind of walking behind you, looks up and he smiles a bit.
Twins are gonna be jealous.
True. He sets you back down. Alright. Which one of you is good at these rites? I, did it because I had to and because people expected me to, but in truth, Francesca deserves better.
Kaz sees everyone kind of walking back over to the grave. He doesn't really like put his flask away when Francesca comes back over because he figures she doesn't really mind.
Oh
But
no, she doesn't care.
everybody else coming back over, he like tucks it away in kind of a hurry and like picks up the shovel and kind of stands there. And he's like, is it time?
I think it's time for me to wake up, yes.
Let's see. Little 6-year-old me at mom's funeral, or etc. my tragic fucking whatever the fuck's going on. I'm gonna make a roll. See if
Yeah.
I know anything about funeral rites.
For sure. For the record, I wouldn't even make you roll for it. You are a spirit weaver. You know how to do spiritual rites.
Okay, please.
I'll still make you, like, if you feel like rolling to do it really, really well, you can. But if you just
make
want
it shitty.
Yeah.
Roll a 1.
Let's see, give me a religion check. Just for funsies.
Religion?
Yeah.
Isn't death more like a performance, though?
Not really. That's fine. You
I
know how to
mean-
do these right. Again, a huge part of what Spirit Weavers do is
But
literally,
if it was performance,
that is pretty good, is helping spirits move back and forth, including the spirits of dead people. And you kind of begin to go through the motions, and you start to give these rites. And she kind of interrupts at some point. Oh, did you find the flowers? The foxglove?
well,
Yes, did you find it at the garden?
I sure did. Very clever of you.
I had an inkling that you might be the kind to find it. You hold on to
Yeah.
that, okay?
I will. Do you know where I might need it?
I have been trying to decide whether to show you this or not, but you've been diligent, and I think between you and me that what you did for those two was all the proof that I need that your mother was right. So, finish your rites, and
So what?
you'll see.
Oh, I'm blind!
As you continue these rites, she begins to breathe out slowly, and as she does, you see this ghostly mist that starts to drift towards you. And you see a scene that is pretty familiar. It is the scene from the painting that you found in the necrothecary. Although it is vivid, it is lifelike, it is as real as a memory. Let's see.
Swear to God, if you show me my mom, I'm gonna cry 3 times over. I'm gonna be so sad. Do it. Do it. I fucking dare you. No. There's an actual baby Ruko token.
You see your mother, Manethrin, along with a few other figures. You see Asha, and you see Francesca, younger, red hair, still large, she's a furbolg. The rest appear to be mostly Firaxa in Spirit Weaver garb. Some of them are wearing your family's crest. A lizard folk woman stands a few feet away from the group, with her hands held out in front of her, facing the group, with her fingers in the shape of a window. And she looks through the window at the group, and then there's a soft flash of magic. Got it. And they all kind of disperse quietly. Your mother walks back over towards the fire and kind of just mutters to herself, I look like shit. You hear your father's voice. You look beautiful, Manethrin. You won't flatter me with lies. I look like shit. She walks over and she takes a seat next to Malachi. gives him a tired kiss and a smile as she leans against his shoulder. Behind them, you see a young boy sleeping, Amar, just a few years old. He is curled up under a blanket on a meager bedroll, and in your father's arms, you see a bundled up little baby. You.
Ew.
All of this is kind of happening from the perspective of Francesca as she looks over from her conversation with Asha. As if alerted by the sound of Menethrin's footsteps, the swaddled bundle starts to cry. Your father's eyes go wide, and he instinctively lowers the baby down against his chest and cups his hand over its mouth. Many of the others look around nervously, peering through the fireflies into the dim gray dusk to see if anything has been alerted by the noise you've just made. And then you see Asha, this Circle Tabaxi woman who already looks old even in this vision, steps closer with sort of an urgent grace and a patient smile. She lifts a hand towards the crying baby, and as she does, a breeze washes over the camp. The grass rustles, the swamp ripples, and the baby's cries become ribbits and croaks, blending in with the natural sounds of the swamp. Your mom and dad look down and watch as you continue to cry for a moment until the absurdity of the noises coming out of your mouth seem to resonate with your little baby brain. And the tears turn into confusion and then to tiny giggles, which come out as the sound of a hooting owl. And this just makes you laugh more, and before long, your mom and dad can't help but giggle too. And Asha says, "I'll do it to you too if I need to." They quiet, control themselves. And eventually Asha and Francesca both sit down with your parents. Asha eventually speaks up. "It's been difficult without you." Your mom responds, "We'll be back as soon as we can." No, take all the time that you need. It wasn't a petition, just conversation. It has been difficult. Francesca leans in. "He's beautiful. Healthy. He has a strong name just like you. He'll do great things." And he looks over to Amar. "They both will." Asha, with her typical lack of manner, kind of chimes in. No. A great name is just a word. They might do great things, or they might not. That is largely up to them. But you may have a hand in it, looking to your mom. Have you decided whether they will join us? Your mom and dad look at each other. They have a brief, silent conversation about whether it's the right time to answer that question. And eventually your dad speaks up. "I think we want them to live normal lives." Asha laughs. "No, dear. Normal is being hunted by sun mages. That comes with the name. What you want for them is not normalcy, but safety. I understand." Your mother chimes in. "They'll be safer at home, we think." "They certainly will. A secret is not benign, but it is safer than a solar flare." Francesca chimes in once again with a bit of concern on her face, kind of looking to your mom and to your dad. "You're really comfortable keeping them in the shadows." Your mom gives Francesca a look, friendly but kind of scrutinizing. Comfort isn't a luxury that we have. Besides, you don't tell your little guild everything, do you?" Francesca looks inward for a moment, kind of embarrassed, and then chuckles. No, you're right. They're good people, but I tell them what they need to know." Asha digs around in her pocket for a moment and then pulls out what appears to be a jerkied frog leg. She bites off a chunk and hands it to your mom, who bites off a chunk, passes it to your dad. And Asha looks to Francesca. "How is the garden, anyway?" And it's about this point where you start to feel the memory fading. The cold that had filled your lungs starts to give way. And you find yourself back at the graveyard. You see the image of Francesca's ghost is starting to fade away. And she looks at you. "I look forward to seeing her. Tell her hi for me, will you?" She starts to fade off.
Seeing her?
Yes, when she gets here. And with that, she is gone.
Ruko just sits down. And he finishes the whole funeral rite. And then just lingers at the end. Rest well, Francesca.
Thanks for calling us over, Darwin chimes in. I wouldn't want to keep her for long, but it was nice to see a friendly face. We should get back to camp. When you're ready, meet us over there. We'll get a full report in the morning. You guys have done good work here.
Ruko, not ready. Stands up. He turns to look at Finn and Darwin. Looks down at the ground again and just starts to follow. We should get back.
You guys all start to make your way back to the camp. Meanwhile, Narafi and Bill, at 10 o'clock at night, are headed to the necrothecary alone to go speak with the head of a dead person.
How spook?
Kaz, do you walk back to camp, or what's, and Foster as well? Are you guys just heading back to camp for the night? And Tex, if you split up from Ruko. Although I assume that you usually go with Ruko.
I'll stick around with Bones.
Perfect.
After Kaz is kind of finished doing what he can to help bury Grandma, he'll kind of put the shovel somewhere where it's not going to like disturb any graves, and then let me roll for it.
Yeah.
Okay, he's gonna go check out the necrothecary.
Hell yeah. Alright, you start to head that way.
Come on, guy. No, put the shovel down. Leave it here.
Drags it like the hyena with the rake.
Yeah.
Or the hoe. Or
The pickaxe.
the pickaxe.
They're so strong.
Does Cackles have hands right now?
He does.
Why?
Incredible.
Sorry,
Really
I
hate
was
that.
shuffling and I recalled that you gave him hands.
So he picks it up with his teeth at first, but then since he's just a tiny baby hyena, he probably struggles. And he like stands up on his hind legs and starts dragging the shovel behind him very awkwardly. It's making a horrible ruckus. Kaz is like, no, drop it.
Alright, excellent. It looks like Foster's heading back to camp.
Yeah, I'll stick with Ruko and go back to camp.
Perfect. And then Tex is heading up to Bones? Or which Bones are you staying with? You staying
I
with
meant Foster.
Okay, alright, gotcha.
He's gonna have to need a more specific nickname. There's a lot of bones.
True, we got multiple boners going
We
on.
got 2 Bones.
Bones and Boner.
We got Bill, this fella.
Alright, let's pull y'all up.
Brief out of character aside, I'm devastated. Help.
Good! Welcome to roleplay.
Welcome to TNT.
Pathfinder.
True, welcome to Pathfinder.
Just tabletop roleplay.
Welcome to tabletop role-playing games. The system is largely irrelevant.
It's
So filled with spite.
I'd imagine we're going with
What
a
matters?
similar kind of like Kleenex sort of thing.
Oh
Like,
yeah,
I
D&D
don't have
just means all
Kleenex in this
tabletops.
household.
Like we could be playing
Yeah.
Shadowrun or whatever.
It's still
we would,
D&D.
It's still
we would
D&D.
still call it D&D.
Absolutely,
So much easier to say.
it is.
I'm gonna
And
sad grab toilet paper and just pretend it's Kleenex.
Just wipe your face on your cat.
Gonna grab my Scotty's 2-ply facial tissue.
Uh-huh.
Not a sponsor.
That's
Alright.
important. You have to say not a sponsor.
Bill and Ruff, you guys have a head start here, so Kaz doesn't actually show up for a few minutes.
I'm just filling him in on the stuff we found, what he'll find.
Okay, perfect, excellent.
The
So,
bodies are there, so we already know what to expect.
right, you give kind of a tactical report on the scenario, which he finds very useful. Oh, good, thank you. Don't get me wrong, it was nice to see Francesca, but that's... Ugh, I don't know what to do at funerals. What am I supposed to do? What do I do with my hands?
Generally, you're not keep them to yourselves.
Right, but you just stand there? I don't get it.
Just shrugs.
Listen, boy, I'm not good at
Why
these
is it
things.
so dark here?
I don't know, why
Where's
is it?
my dark vision?
Yeah, I'm not sure why it is, like,
Why is it so dark here?
unnaturally dark on this map for some reason. Like,
It's
okay.
kind of grayscale.
Yeah,
Oh,
yeah.
I don't know. Maybe the necrophecary, the place of darkness with no windows.
Can I bump
I remember,
this?
like, you put a torch down here before. It's gone now.
Oh, that didn't do it either. Oh, that kind of
Oh, yeah,
helped a
there's
little. Okay. Alright. Eventually you make your way into the ritual room, where Bill is going to begin performing... I should probably actually
Hello,
make sure that
Kaz.
this ritual works on this table. I think it did. Where did I
Yeah,
put
it's
this?
like, I believe it helps to have more of the body. So the remains literally just out here that we burned. Just take the bones. I imagine the flesh has been scorched off.
Perfect. Oh, I fucking
Hello,
lied.
Kaz.
Son of a bitch. I could have sworn that we had Speak with Dead as one of these rituals.
No, it's a different one. It was a kind of commune with soul or something. One of them was there. It's not exactly Speak with Dead.
Oh, it's Call Spirit.
That's the one.
Ah, gotcha. Okay. You must be the garment piece of its corpse. Perfect. We got that. Will save to avoid it if it is unwilling.
I
Okay.
don't know how much willing this one is.
To live and met the spirit in life. Okay. Perfect.
I was
Perfect.
hoping you're capable of casting this.
Oh.
You need a secondary ritualist.
If you're any good at religion, yes.
Yeah, right.
Uh,
+5 will have to do.
he starts fishing out a bunch of incense and
I
setting it up
think-
around the platform.
Yeah, some ones are like do religion, but then the secondary ones do diplomacy. Some of them are like that.
Yeah, he is going to be doing the primary of occultism, and he needs a secondary for religion.
Okay, I can do religion.
All right.
Badly, but I can try.
You
Oh, I will pre-use my hero point so I can roll with advantage instead of
Perfect.
taking the second one.
wonderful. All right. Go ahead and give me your check, which I believe affects his check.
Okay. So here's roll 1, and here's roll 2. Just take the higher. Just one higher.
All right. Perfect. Rules on rituals. Secondary caster. Checks. Okay, perfect. Excellent. It works very similar to the 8 action.
I want to give him my other hero point
Sure, I'll allow that. That's fine.
since I'm working on this, kinda.
DC the will say is 2 lower if you haven't met in life.
I met him in life. Well, I met him in his on life.
Let's see. The primary checks usually have a very hard DC for a level twice the ritual's spell level. Perfect. Standard DC for twice. Okay. Okay, alright, occultism check. Let's go. And hero point. Ooh, that's
See.
not great.
Yeah, he has my help, but it's not very good. It's okay, Bill. We can try again later. Or something.
Yeah, try as you might. Uh, this is embarrassing. It's been some time. I'm sure that if I was to just get better candles, it's these candles aren't right.
No judgment. Keep your bearings. The head isn't going anywhere. You're
Candles
the
are
only one
very.
who can do this right now.
Right. Okay, well, let's make sure that we get that thing properly cured so that it doesn't rot or smell, and
Well, it's already cured, technically. Just holds it up.
yes, right, of course. We'll try again after I get some better candles. These just will not do.
Right, it's really dark in here.
Yes, it's so dark. The darkness is definitely a factor as well. Let's get
Yeah,
this place lit
absolutely.
up and cleaned, and I'll put on some nice music, and I'll have some tea, and we'll try again maybe tomorrow night.
Oh yes, I have a lot of trouble doing it with the lights off too.
Prefer to see everything.
The ambiance is very important.
I like the anonymity.
Uh, between...
Oh yes, I imagine the mask stays on all the time for you, doesn't?
No, lights off, mask on.
Of course.
Wait,
No talking.
lights off and mask on.
Facing
No
away
talking.
from each other.
Fully clothed, even better.
Never heard of a glory hole, my friend.
No.
Oh, what wonders you will behold.
On that topic, I did hear that the bathhouse was properly restored.
That's good to hear.
Kaz kind of glances between Narafi and Bill and is like, really? Are either of you two actually excited about that?
Not in the slightest, actually. It does kind of get everyone else out of my hair from time to time.
I like to keep clean.
Oh, have you tried the,
You don't have hair, you.
He does kind of look to you. You're from the desert. You really don't have any idea why they might be all the way up here.
He looks over at Kaz, and then kind of flicks his hand toward the curse mark on his hand for a bit. And then he figures, I could talk about this. I think that he's back. And if he's back, that's not good for people like you.
The king.
I
Right.
was sent to investigate it and look for obelisks like that.
I see. So
We've already
you...
found a few. Is that good news for you?
Good and bad. It proves that, yes, someone is putting them up, and they've spread all the way to here.
If I can ask, sent by whom?
My uncle.
If it's sensitive, I won't pry any further. I understand the value of a secret. Would I know him?
Probably not. The Lord Captain of... Was it Unyo?
Yes.
Yeah, of Unyo.
Oh, no. Probably not, then. Forgive me, I just kind of wondered if you were on some task force or something. It's very strange to see.
It is a task force. We like to keep things quiet.
Ah, ha, 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 I see. Well, secret's safe with me.
Oh, me too.
Just looks at Kaz. I know.
Do you two... Are you...
Do with who what?
I don't know. There's just some tension there.
I plan to be working with Captain Kaz over here.
Oh, please. Captain is not necessary unless we're on the boat. But I'm very curious. You mentioned the Desolate King, and you gestured to this. And I kind of hold up my hand with the lotus. Not lotus, what is it? It's a...
Marigold.
Marigold, the black marigold.
Yeah.
You think the Desolate King and the La Echulache, they're related?
Lechelache is always undead. Did you know that?
Always.
Always.
I'll admit, I'm not very familiar with her.
Lechelache is not one person. It's like a title.
It's tasty like an enchilada.
With that mark, has she spoken to you? Made demands? Connected at all?
In a dream, yes. I think I might
Oh.
have actually talked to. I don't know if Narafi was there when Kaz mentioned it, but
He did, but he was wondering if there was any new ones.
I don't think any since then.
Not
but
since then, yeah.
He'll kind of retell. Yes, she spoke to me in a dream in a place that looked a lot like the prison I was at, or the place we saw back at that scrying pool.
What do you owe her?
Fuck, I can't remember.
The reason you can't remember is because Kaz doesn't know.
Yeah,
Kaz has
he,
no idea why she cares about you.
he just kind of shrugged. He's like, honestly, I hadn't even heard of her before. You know, the corpse of myself showed up on my boat and tried to strangle Jane.
Do I know what that means?
Um,
Do you want to hunt lore?
yeah, you could. Yeah, hunting lore seems very appropriate, actually.
He seems really cursed and really haunted. These are.
Oh yeah, he's mega cursed. No
Yeah.
check involved. He's mega fucking cursed.
Yeah. Yeah, esoteric lores are especially good for haunts and curses. Hope I didn't make it private, but that's fine.
That's fine. All right.
Yeah, while you're kind of pondering what you've also heard about this kind of curse and La Echelache, Kaz will just recount everything. He's like, yes, I saw her in a dream, where she spoke to me at an island where I was prisoner for many years. It was called Luteon. I cannot find it on any map. Nobody has ever heard of it. And then, when I was able to escape from it, shortly after this horrible boat ride here, and the dream I had, she told me I owed her something, and I had 5 moons to return it to her. I'm guessing at this place that I can't find, which is problematic, as you can imagine. He takes a sip from his flask.
With a 20, the exact, incident of sending a clone zombie of you that looks like you to attack you on your ship, nothing stands out as oh, that's this ritual, or that's this. It just kind of sounds like an undead attack, probably from the La Echelache, but it doesn't, have a specific meaning that you know about.
Hmm. That is incredibly annoying. I hate when people are very vague about what they want from you.
Oh, tell me about it. And it's like I can't even relay back to her. She just kind of talks to me whenever she feels like it.
Oh, that
Explains why you don't have a girlfriend, no, Rafi.
may not be
I'm not here.
true, actually. If La Echelache is a title for a real creature, we just need to get the Murmury online and you can speak to her.
The Murmury.
Yes, I believe some of your other traveling companions were headed to get the Zephyrhawk down, right?
That's true. I hope they're doing okay.
How long is that going to take? How high up is the Zephyrhawk?
Well, the down is quite light. It's feathers made from air, literally. It's practically weightless.
Did you get it?
No, what'd you say? I missed it. I missed a pun.
I said, how long is that going to take? How high up is the Zephyrhawk?
Oh, fuck. Fuck,
Yeah.
I thought you said how heavy is it? Yours is way funnier. Perfect. Anyway, I suspect a week there, a week back, perhaps? Enough time for us to finish clearing the academy, if we're lucky. I was hoping that I could convince you, now that you're done with the graveyard and the necrotic area, to check out the library. There's a lot of useful things in there that, maybe some candles, in fact, so that we could do this a little better.
Right. Tomorrow morning.
Perfect. Wonderful.
Candles in a library.
Oh, of course. Useful ones for magic.
Isn't that okay? Not just like for mood lighting.
Well, there is also mood lighting in there. There's
Because
a very...
that seems like a bit of a fire hazard.
Oh,
Sympathetic magic requires a lot of mood.
I don't want to hear it about fire hazards. I have... listen, the fireplace in the lounge is necessary. It brings the whole atmosphere together. How are you supposed to enjoy a cocktail without a nice fireplace?
No, you're right. How are you supposed to enjoy a cocktail without like a tongue or a throat or a stomach?
I have figured it out.
More questions you really shouldn't be asking people.
I'm curious.
Magic.
The same
that's
way
all
that
we're
I
gonna say.
see without eyes and smell without a nose.
So I'm hoping you'll tell me, because I hope that if I die in 5 months, like this bitch is supposedly telling me in my dreams, that I will at least be fortunate to come back as a handsome skeleton like yourself.
Oh, well, if that's the case, I'll tell you everything that I know. It is like
Cool.
I told your friend, you just have to practice. Smell things.
Make sure to get some beetles. You're gonna need lots of beetles.
Yes, some
Beetle.
formaldehyde would be good, too. Yes, you specifically want the, Oh, I should know this. What is the name of those fucking beetles? Carpet beetles? I think they're called carpet beetles.
Yeah, the carpet munchers.
Scarab.
God damn it,
Wow.
Frisk.
What?
The beetles.
Fuck. Anyway, yes, if you find yourself in a skeletal state, I will help you transition into your new life. It can be quite fulfilling.
I lean into Kaz's ear. That's not going to happen.
Are you,
Don't worry.
are you telling me that I'm going to just not, like I'm just going to not come back if I die, or that I'm not going to die? I need to know how much you're trying to comfort me, right?
An eternal
Take
doom
whatever
eating
comfort
carpet.
you want. Like, whatever level of comfort you want from it, just take it. You know?
As we're walking, he just kind of stares at the marigold on the back of his hand for a long time. And he's like, okay, I'm not going
Okay.
to die.
Well, you will eventually die. All of us do.
Well, right, but not from this.
No, not from that. Probably
At
something
least-
early. Like,
At least, wow. Okay, come on. Show of faith, guy.
I like to look at the big picture. Lots of things. Have you seen the monsters around here? Big fucking dangerous things. But you have a gun. And I want to talk to you about that.
I have several.
Yeah. Did you make that yourself? He just nods at the weapon.
Which one?
Yeah, the one in your hip. The combination weapon.
Oh, the gun blade.
Yeah. Never seen anything like it.
He grins real wide. Kind of does a little, like, stand with one knee out thing that kind of lets the sword dangle off his hip. Very, very, like, show off. And he's like, oh, yes, do you like it?
You practiced this, huh?
A craftsman should be proud of his work, yeah?
They should. I'd like to know if you could do a commission for me.
Well, money talk.
What about information on
Also
the
good.
marigold?
Yeah, probably better than money at this point.
All right.
Not to sound desperate or anything, but
You any good with prosthetics?
kind of thinks for a moment. Takes a long look at his own, like, half missing finger, and he's like, haven't really tried it, but
Good
maybe.
experience to try. You've met Branch?
Yeah.
I don't know his measurements, but if you could make an arm,
Would help him fill out that cloak a little bit.
I can give you the name of the place where the Uchelachi's lair usually appears. Not exactly, but an area. Narrows it down, doesn't it?
stares at you for a long moment.
Boy.
He's like, very strange for you to ask me to do a favor for somebody else for information. But sure, unless there's something else I could do for you.
I'd like
Are
to
you-
see how the arm turns out first.
He-
I do everything carefully.
He kind of nods, but
If
also
it
like,
explodes on his hand, maybe I won't ask you for an arm.
yeah, he especially with that
Or a
comment,
gun.
he stares at you for a long while, and he's like, "Are you missing anything under there yourself?" I know that's a rude question, but if it is a question of me and my craftsmanship, and he'll pull all of his guns and his sword off his waist, and you see that they all have the same kind of like red mahogany handle and a stamp on the hilt or somewhere on them that look like the earring that he's wearing too. And he's like, I think my work can speak for itself. Again, it's not an arm, but you know.
That does inspire confidence. You made all that.
Over time. And with
Yeah.
admittedly more resources than I have on hand at the moment, but kind of looks around at like the campus around. He's like, hopefully, once we get all this magic mumbo jumbo back online, we'll have access to hot metal too. I'm more
What if we
familiar
get
with
creative with the materials?
that. I could do both.
Probably something familiar first, eh?
Ideal.
We've got that glaive and that iron. Metal's kind of shitty. But it's a start.
Okay. I've worked with worse.
Just claps a hand on your shoulder.
Ow.
I'll make sure you're alive.
I appreciate that. Can I get it in writing?
Yeah, sure. Gives you a contract.
Oh.
These are my rates.
Oh, right.
I am Magi. I work for money.
Whatever
So-
this music
so do I.
is, it's
I
my
mean-
fetish.
I love it.
I'm a postman, you see. Or,
Postman.
I don't know. Got a lot of titles lately.
What's your favorite?
Captain is good.
Yeah, Captain it is.
Seems a little more ambiguous than pirate or smuggler. Or vagabond.
What about Visionary?
Oh, I like that.
I'd like that arm. Then I would like a gun at some point.
Well, okay.
Well, maybe you shouldn't have given away to a one-armed crook.
That one is tainted.
The gun might be easier, but I'll do my best on both.
I know you will. It's just your life.
You
The
guys-
offers you some of your wine.
Eventually make your way back to the camp, where you can see a lot of people are settling in. A lot of people are still reporting back to say how their jobs went. Bill has already gone back to his own camp. As people are kind of winding down for the night, Finn and Darbin do come by one more time, and they just kind of, you all did really well today. I've gotten the report from Bill. It sounds like you all did wonderful work. The temple, the graveyard, the necrothecary, and the garden have all been secured. That is, frankly, more than most of our groups have done. Bill says you were thinking about doing the library in the morning, is that correct?
Yep.
Wonderful. I will mark you down for that. We'll let you have your first pick. Between you and me, this group has shown a tremendous amount of promise compared to some of the others.
Does
So
this
we're
mean
like-
we have to intermingle with the other drama, the other group?
So does that mean we're like employees of the month?
No, you're not employees. You're not employees. You
You
are
at
getting
least
paid.
get a bonus.
Maybe actually.
We've done so much, the other group hasn't even finished one.
Well, wait, which other... Oh, you're talking about the Zephyrhawk group. Oh, they'll be back in a while. They had a longer mission.
Oh.
Because
Oh,
for
these
some
efforts-
reason I feel like it's
We-
going to take them extra long, so I suppose we can do the library.
Yeah, we might as well do more jobs.
Yeah, as a purely meta note, they're out for 2 weeks. You guys are spending 2 days clearing these sites and then 2 weeks cleaning. You're essentially on cleaning duty for 2 weeks.
I'm over here like, I'm not going to be cleaning. I'm going to be training people.
True, but you're also getting
Do we
paid
have
like
a-
150 gold to clean for a week, which is pretty fucking cush.
Yeah. And
Do
I'm
we have a
like,
nice
no,
name?
no.
That's
Well,
right.
that's
a cool
The
name.
wrong job.
Do we have a cool name like Zephyrhawk?
That's their team.
Yeah, but do we have a cool name?
Do you want the cool name?
Look,
I don't-
yeah.
I don't think that's their group name. That's just what they're doing.
Sounds like a cool name.
We're like team.
Darbin kind of chimes in. I think it's great when things are named after what they do.
The non-killer spelunkers.
Cool.
Tell
We
you
do
what.
not
Spelunk.
Post
Alright. Tell
post
you what.
killed it.
Everyone will workshop this and bring me results in the morning. We'll vote for it.
I think we're like team Necrothaberry
The Crotterberry?
because we did the Necrothacary and now we're doing the library. It's like a
I kind of
Pokemon.
like it.
It's like a Pokemon.
Necrothaberry.
It sounds like I would have it for
I hate
breakfast.
Oops,
Why don't
all
we
Necrothaberry.
Yeah.
Why don't we
It's a
just call it
breakfast of-
Texas team?
The what? Texas
Texas
team.
team.
I like the alliteration.
Why is it your team? You're a cat.
It's a mascot.
Yes, I'm the cat and you're my peons.
Why is he the mascot? Look at Cackle. And I hold Cackles up like a baby.
Start screaming.
Or we
He-
could be the
he-
boner
he just-
squad.
He starts doing the hand jive.
God, he's out of hands.
Look at him go!
God, I hate it.
Ildwall couldn't be the mascot. I'll tell you what. Again, we will write it all down and vote in the morning. We'll have Finn and Darwin helping vote.
Oh, nope. I don't do the naming thing for other people. It takes too much of my time.
No, you just have to choose.
Yes, I'm bad at that.
Okay. No choices for you.
Yeah, behind him, you see Finn's eyes go wide. He's shaking it like, no, 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 no.
We'll let Finn make the choices.
Why don't we have the rabbit do it?
Oh,
Pritchard.
well,
Yeah, Pritchard and Hopper. Why don't you both decide?
Oh, good. Very decisive. I'm sure you'll make quick work of this task. This extremely simple task that we've given you.
Oh, speaking of extremely
sit
simple
here.
and concise.
On your ass doing nothing while we're putting our lives on the line. Simply can't be bothered to even pick a name.
Meeting tomorrow, friends. I need to do our one-on-ones, and then a team meeting.
what are your initials?
One-on-ones.
Hopper chimes in. Does it spell anything? F-R-E-T-N.
And
Okay, that's
and for
oh,
no,
that's a whole lot of consonants and only one vowel.
yeah,
TMF.
and yeah.
Okay, scratch that idea. I don't think that was working. By the way, do you guys think I look buff after all that like physical labor at the garden?
Yes.
Cool.
You could
Okay.
be buffer though.
Okay, hear me out. What about Cackles and the Giggle Gang?
I like a giggle.
We'll add that to the list again. Voting tomorrow. We have
You,
cleanup to do.
you guys, unless you have anything else that you would like to do tonight.
There's a bathing rule. We have to bathe.
Like in the pond here, or are you guys going somewhere?
You
to
said
do
that there was a fucking bathhouse open now.
that is true. That is up by the academy. It's like an hour and a half walk away, which
Ugh.
you can do that if you want.
Yeah, if everyone wants to walk to bathe.
It's probably like 9:30, 10ish. It was already a little. So like they got back to camp and settled in, and then they got the message like, "Oh hey, Francesca's at the graveyard." Then you did all of that stuff, and then you came back. So it's pretty late. It's 10:30, 11ish.
Okay, yeah, that's
Nah.
yeah.
I
have to
feel like
rest for the morning.
sleeping.
Maybe
in
after
water.
breakfast tomorrow.
A quick dip in the lake then. Do
Perfect.
not bathe with blood all over you. Or do not sleep with blood all over you. You're gonna get insects.
Alright, you guys clean up for the night, begin to settle in.
And level up.
Not quite. With any luck, hopefully next session will be the last mission. The groups will be all caught up, and we will meet up, and then you guys will level up.
We level up twice though, right? Because we did more jobs.
No.
How much money do we get?
You'll get paid at the end of the job. I think
We've
it was
done many of them.
150? Something in that ballpark. I'd have to double check.
He's so
Wait.
cold.
Isn't that a cliff, or is that just a beach?
No, that's just a beach. So there's a cliff up on the
Oh.
north side that overlooks it, but then this is just a nice gradual beach. Yeah, Kaz didn't jump off a cliff here.
No.
Wonderful.
I think you're thinking of the old headquarters tent. This is kind of just like a makeshift camp that you guys made. And for what it's worth, you do see that there are a couple of other people out there bathing, including Finn and Darby.
Really? Heck, sleeping in the water.
He's just having a little nap.
It's like he's on that stump.
Anyway, that is probably where we'll pick up next week as you guys embark for the library.
I'm watching very closely. Does Rafi take anything off when he gets in
Oh,
the
what a
bath?
great question.
Or does he just stand on the beach and watch?
He just watches.
You know, Rafi, the water feels great.
He's
should
actually...
do-
Sorry, go
We
ahead.
should do our 101s.
I have to go to work.
Yeah, for the record.
Damn it.
Yeah, I would love to, but that's why I'm saving for the morning.
Yeah, if you guys have
Oh,
conversations you want to have, though, you
101s.
can totally do that.
But you guys should. I'm gonna get ready for work.
I have one-on-one conversations with everyone. Ugh.
Well, do it. We're here. Let's play D&D.
Oh, it's gonna take all night.
I have nothing going on all night.
I can stick around for probably another couple minutes, but I do have to head out pretty
Yeah,
soon too.
totally fair.
I'm good to hang.
If anybody wants to say something to Foster real quick before he sleeps, now's the time.
Hey, Foster, you said you're gonna get some foxglove.
Oh, I'm glad you brought this up. I was gonna talk to
Yeah.
you after the service. Are you swimming in the rocks right now?
Swimming in rocks.
Yeah, I felt like I was really mad that they were, solid earlier.
I love that journey for you.
Yeah, and so now kind of like clipping through objects when I shouldn't be.
I did find some. Here's a clipping for you. And I brought some extra, or got some extra. I'm gonna make sure that they grow in the garden too.
Ooh.
That was a really beautiful thing you did back there. For Francesca.
Oh,
And for
yeah,
everyone.
Yeah, it hurt. It hurt, but, you have to sometimes.
Well, if you ever need someone to talk to, or a really bony hug, or... Well, I'm here for you. I think we all are.
It's fine, I can relate to the bony hug. My buff brother. Every time I hug him, he's like, oh no, I'm gonna snap you. And I hurt on the inside, but it's funny. I feel that. It's fine. I
Your
appreciate it.
brother threatens to snap you?
He's just superior in every way.
Oh, I'm sure
It's
that's
funny.
not true.
Oh well.
Well,
Thank you though.
I've only met you, and I'm gonna have to say you're definitely superior.
It's a first. I guess time will tell. Well, thank you for this. I don't know exactly what you saw in there, but you're dealing with things that feel familiar. They feel relative. They just feel familiar, but I can't grasp it. It's so strange. I don't know what it is.
I definitely know that feeling, but well, I'll keep you in the loop. I'm sorry I couldn't get you in there.
That's alright. Sometimes rocks are rocks.
Two things real quick before you it. First of all, I feel free to review everything that I've sent you. You're very welcome to draw any conclusions you want based on what you already know, Ruko. So, like, if you have suspicions, please feel free to act on them. One bad roll does not invalidate what you've already learned from other checks. The second thing for Foster, over the course of the night, as people chill and many of them start to drift off to sleep, there is a moment where the stone very, very suddenly vroom, flashes white, and then vroom, flashes off. It peaks, and then it starts to decline overnight.
Interesting. Does anything happen when it peaks? Does anything happen to anyone in our party?
Right. Give me a perception check. And for absolutely no particular reason, can the old Woad and Tex give me will saves? Oh,
Not Cackles?
And Cackles, yeah.
You said a will save?
Yep.
How do you do a will save on a familiar?
Oh, I don't even know if they have them. Let's find out. I think it... Oh, yeah, top right there.
Oh, I see it.
You do see that Tex and Cackles both kind of... I don't know if they're asleep when this happens or not, but they both kind of, like, rustle as that happens. Like, they heard something, like their ears flick in their sleep. Fieldwood kind of sleeps through it. It's very subtle, but because you kind of know what to look for and are specifically watching some of the party members, you do notice that, like, right as it flashes, they kind of react, even though they're sleeping. Or not paying attention, maybe. I don't know if Tex sleeps. Yeah, Tex sleeps a lot. Or tries to, anyway.
Yeah,
Interesting.
Tries to.
usually kind of like half asleep.
Yeah.
Intriguing. Do I get the feeling that it's going to like this is a daily occurrence?
It seems to, and
It
because you
blooms at once a day or something?
right, and because you rolled really well with a 30, you study it carefully, you jot down some notes, and you realize that it flashed at exactly midnight.
Okay, exactly midnight. Intriguing.
Yep.
I don't think I do anything right away. So I will just spend, I think I only have to sleep 4 hours because I'm a skeleton. So I'll spend some of my night. I've got the dandelion that baby boy gave me planted in one boot. So I'll start planting the catnip in the other boot.
Amazing. Perfect. I'm sure that this will not go poorly.
Oh man, Hex.
Cackle's just freaking out as you're playing with the cat.
Yeah, we're sleeping, so I gotta.
It's a pretty typical night. You have a few unsettling dreams, nightmares throughout the night, but not enough to wake you, not enough to really disturb you. You don't lose sleep over it.
That tracks.
Yeah.
I think I lose that effect now.
You do. I need to look at a thing and see how some things work. You might possibly get it back, but for now, at least you can take that off.
Sad.
Yep, I know. The first taste is free, they say.
I was just gonna have to keep eating it and throwing it up.
Yep, exactly. Gonna have to keep cycling it. Does Narafi bathe? I don't think we addressed that question, and I'm actually very
He
intrigued.
left.
Oh, did that fucker leave? He's still in Discord.
He was like, "Oh, I gotta get ready for work." Specifically after I was like, "I am watching to see if he takes anything off before he gets in the water, or if he just stands there the whole time."
What a bastard. man.
Narapi just undresses and he's just inanimate clothing while he's actually bathing and nobody can see it.
What if he's just invisible under there?
Yeah.
He puts all of the bandages and stuff like the Invisible Man, just so you can see it.
Yep. All right, we will wrap up there unless y'all have some more one-on-ones.
There's too many.
Guess not.
Y'all talking shit?
Yeah, we're talking shit.
About you.
I already told off Ruko, so
What?
I'll answer whether I bathe or not next time.
Perfect, and that is where we'll pick up.
So he's still stinky.
Cackles is now harassing Foster.
Yeah, I'll give him some catnip for sure.
He has catnip in one of his boots.
Oh man, there's so much to talk about.
We didn't even get to fight anything.
Don't you worry.
So, we fought our emotions.
That's true.
And we didn't murder anybody in a cave.
True.
Yeah.
Certainly didn't like
Mercilessly.
kill each other.
If
I'm
Prescott-
using a hero point to make sure it's merciless.
I don't know, but that Dex almost had to kill Ruko.
Oh, true.
Eastward of Eden, where the clouds meet the dirt, we left our poor mother and seeded the earth. Gates they were shuttered, the latches were locked. Oh, eastward of Eden, where men become gods. Though our people, we toiled as one, the fruits of our labors dried under the sun. Our children they fed to outnumber the stars. So eastward of Eden, where day turns to dawn. Leave it all, leave it all, leave it all behind. Leave it all, leave it all, leave it all behind. Leave it all, leave it all, leave it all behind. Leave it all, leave it all, leave it all behind. Watered our forests with fire and flood, and fed our own egos with our brother's blood. We starved every ocean till they ate up our shores. Oh, eastward of Eden, where we always want more. Our towers, they rose up and set with the sun. Our servants, they burned us with fiery tongue. We run our wings of metal, surprised when we fell. Eastward of Eden, where heavens are hell. Leave it all, leave it all, leave it all behind. Leave it all, leave it all, leave it all behind. Leave it all, leave it all, leave it all behind. Leave it all, leave it all, leave it all Eastward of Eden, where the dust meets the dirt, we murdered our mother and strangled the earth. Forgive us, oh mama, whose face we forgot. Oh, eastward